All right, let's get this delay over with so I can see what's going on. Hold on, gotta get the lighting right. Get a little bit of relaxation kind of mood going on. I wonder, is that too much, or is that good? Okay, that's probably good. All right. All right. So, today we are just gonna kind of relax and chat and talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm going to answer questions if anyone's interested in any of the projects I've been doing. And just general chat about whatever you want to chat about. So if you want to jump in on a chat because you just want to talk, then we'll talk. Could be about anything. Anything at all. Within reason, of course. Seems to be a problem some people have. Reason. Hey, PXD has arrived. Like the picture, I assume, for the thumbnail? It's remarkably hard to get AI to cooperate, especially when it comes to copyrighted material, like something even remotely close to the glove from Iron Man, the Infinity Stones and stuff. So I went ahead and I wanted them to be little turbine engines. So, but I had to go through like 3 or 4 iterations just to make sure that, the AI was like, oh, we're not violating any copyright. I'm like, fine, just make something up. It's insanely difficult to get that thing to cooperate. So yesterday was a fun day. I have allergies all day now. Still have more work to do out there. The property across the street, around 5 acres, I'd say. And the weeds are up to about, chest height. All I have is a standard lawnmower, and I have to mow all of them down because the city doesn't like it when the weeds get too high. But it's an abandoned piece of property, so it's like I'm running over wood and glass, shooting bottles straight out of the bottom of the lawnmower, glass everywhere. I'm like, well, if they didn't litter on the property, it wouldn't be an issue. So I did them all a favor and took all the bottles I found and removed them out into the middle of the street where they belong instead of on my property, in front of the houses of the individuals who decided to actually put them there in the first place. So that'll be fun. I don't know what they expect me to do. Like, they'll leave, how some people, they'll find an abandoned property or something like that, and they'll leave like old couches and stuff in front of it. I get that all the time, just all the time, and it gets annoying. So sometimes people freak out when I drive by down the street because I'm driving my car down the street and I'll see somebody set a dresser out there because they didn't want it anymore. And I'll just straight up run it over with my car. because they left it on my side of the street where the city comes to me and goes, oh, you got to clean up this trash. And they know that I have to end up taking care of it. So the people who move in and out of whatever those small apartments are down there at the other end of the block, they put all their old stuff on the side of the road. I'll just run it over. It's just decimate it and leave it in pieces, just all over the middle of the street. Now it's not my problem. So there you go. And so they stop putting some stuff out there just because they know if I see it, I'm gonna run it over. I'm gonna run it over and drag it out into the street. I'd be like, well, maybe you shouldn't have put it there. You know, you have like garbage service. You call for a pickup, they'll come and get it and dump it if you don't want it. You didn't put a sign that said free on it or for sale. You put it on my property, literally right outside of my gate, because you didn't want to have to deal with taking it to the dump or figuring out how to get rid of it. Laziest damn way in the world to get rid of something. So I just run them over. I just run all, like the couches, I'll hit, smash into the fence and just destroy them. And then, dressers, I'll run them over. TVs, you name it, microwaves. Those are fun because it's just like, but hey, what are you gonna do? They gotta learn somehow, right? Hey, Angel, how you doing? Or not an angel. My apologies. And then you love pulling cat cheeks. Hi. That's an interesting name. I am from California. The armpit of California. Still trying to get out ever since birth. Martello, how's it going? What are you up to today? Everybody having a wonderful Saturday, I hope, and relaxing and just enjoying themselves. Yeah, today we're just here to kind of chat about everything, and I assume everyone saw the last video, or if you haven't, you should, of the spin up of the 340 millimeter EDF. And it was a successful spin up. And I ended up getting another motor. I got two. So, I didn't mean to, but I got two. And so what I did was I put it in the 170 mil because they're both designed for the same motor. One is just obviously a bigger fan and direct drive. So we're matching RPMs to motor capability on size on the fan. And then of course on the smaller 170, we're using a 4-to-1 gear ratio. So you're still working basically almost the same torque. But the stress on the motor, the thrust, against the motor itself, the overall stress on the fan squares with the root of the RPM and the speed and so on and so forth. The point is, on the 170, it should be interesting. I think what's going to happen with the 170s is because I have that planetary gear system, it's just going to, I'm going to get it up to top speed, but it's going to explode. That's I need to have that CNC at that scale. At most scales, I should have the CNC, but the fact that I 3D printed a 340 millimeter fan and spun it up to almost the full RPMs of the motor is kind of, I guess, impressive slightly for the printer. Hello, Gamer XD, welcome. And I I don't know if that's an abbreviation for something. Ladka. Why does everyone say old man? It's probably toxic in another username or something. I hope Toxic drops by today. Today is just more of a chat, kind of hang out, chill, talk about whatever you want to talk about. And if anything on the channel is interesting to you, or you're into drones, FPV, 3D printing, CAD work, jet engines, whatever, you can ask questions about some of the content. The last video I did was the spin of a 340 millimeter EDF. And it was fun, and it was a successful spin up. So now it's time to raise the voltage. Well, that's funny. I just know, but I think they got it from us. More of an engineer. I guess you could call it that, craftsman. I mean, I'm going from idea to Fusion 360 to 3D printing to testing, assembly, pretty much start to finish. CJ, hey, how's it going? Glad you could make it. Maybe you could take, what does that even mean? Wait, hold on. Our first troll. Yes. I always love it when you guys come in. You make the whole conversation interesting. "3D print to 3D printer." I did sort of that fairly close. Hi, Annie. Welcome. How are you? Zaza. I think I'm saying that correctly. I'm actually, it's Mark. Hi, Mark. How are you? The closest I've done to 3D printing a 3D printer is the MPCNC behind me, which is the three-axis mill that I 3D printed. Pretty much the entire assembly is 3D printed. Of course, you had to have metal bearings and tubes for the guides and stuff like that, but, tomato, tomato. It's still something I 3D printed to machine other parts. Infinite printer glitch. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, you could, it's easy enough to 3D print a 3D printer, because any of the older 3D printers you could have purchased, like the ANET and stuff like that, like the first generation ones, they all came with 3D printed parts for the most part, except for the extruded aluminum in the drive, in the worm gear and everything. Which one you plan on getting, gamer? Noah, hello, how you doing? How could we forget you? The march of fascism continues, he says. Okay. Why do you even say that? In what context? Please elaborate. I would love to know. Oh. Where are you from? I said I'm from California, the armpit of California.
I just know it's work.
I know. Yeah. I know. It's entertaining. I love it. I'm actually looking at the chat on the iPad. Well, it's not an iPad, it's a Samsung, but yeah, it's the only way I can keep up with the chat because I'm doing a vertical and I'm not using the front camera on the phone, so it just made logical sense to use the tablet to read the chat. And therein might lie the delay, if there is any delay. So if I missed anything from any of you, I apologize. I'll try to find it, or just repeat yourself. Yes, HRW, California, USA. Frickin' Mark. No fake wars for. Of course not. We want real, actual wars. Isn't that what you say about all of us? That is your coffee. There and there. Oh man, May 1st. All right, does my link still work so they can go get their discount when they order their coffee? If it ends up being a different link, let me know and I'll update it in my channel page so everyone can go get some coffee. Some good coffee. World ain't what they said as kids. USA 359 million people. Europe 500 plus, Mexico and Canada. Good luck with that. I know who are you talking to? Are you referring to somebody else? I'm still trying to. Come on, explain yourself, man. The world ain't what they said when we're kids. When were you a kid? In the 90s? 2000? Steven! Everyone enjoys pipe tobacco occasionally. If that's, I mean, I appreciate your concern for my health, but why is this guy trying to give himself lung cancer? You know what's interesting? Before the army, I smoked. Not during the army until after, of course, basic. You all know how that went. Basic, AIT, so on and so forth. So it was Benning, Gordon, Benning, deployment. And I really didn't smoke until after I was allowed to. And it was light and occasional during my service. But basically for 30 years I smoked. You know, and I still have a blood oxygen of like 99 all the time. I'm not saying that it's good for you, but it really hasn't affected me that much. But I did stop smoking cigarettes, like packs of cigarettes, and I just went back to this as an occasional thing because I enjoyed the aroma. And it's sort of relaxing, sort of like a cigar. You're not really inhaling it, you're kind of just living in the aroma, you know? Hi everyone. Hi everyone. If I haven't said hi to you, I am acknowledging you now. I'm just trying to catch up on chat because it's going pretty quick. Ed, can you suggest a song for what? I don't want to say your name wrong, Sing, but hello. How's Nigeria? Welcome to the chat. Appreciate it. CJ. Yeah. I'm working on AI control for the Dill drone. Women, break out your chastity belts. Araman, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. I apologize if I'm not looking directly at the camera. I have to keep looking at the chat. Why did you? Okay, vape. That's worse for you than any cigarette could ever be. What do I do for a living? I am retired Army and I am an engineer, kind of just doing my own thing. Studying propulsion, going into aerospace. And this part of it is just the hobby side of it, where I kind of take some of the aerospace that I can and apply it to sort of a not only just a aircraft and drone kind of hobby, but the experimental side of it, where I'm using EDFs, like in the Shrike concept drone playlist. There, you could see I made a drone out of 70 millimeter EDFs. And the Javelin, which was a VTOL vehicle that I'm still working on. I needed bigger motors, so I needed bigger motors for everything that I was doing. So I got frustrated with trying to find them, because when I would find them, they would be like in the $5,000-$10,000 range. So I decided I'll just make my own, and started designing turbine EDFs and trying to basically pair the right motor with the right resistance from the fan, so on and so forth. Lots of data collection, doing the science, getting the airflow, watching the heat, watching the amps, watching the power consumption, and designing basically an engine that I could use for my applications that's scalable. So I can go from 170 millimeters to 340 to 500, all the way up to whatever size engine I need. A Chinese battery? I don't know what you're referring to on that one. Oh, you're talking about the vape thing. Vape is it's not good for your lungs, and anybody who I known who has vaped, they have issues in regards to, and I don't think it's vaping in general. I think it's more or less some of the brands that are out there, and how they do their mixtures, what chemicals they're using to deliver nicotine, add flavor, things like that. Some of them are not. They're getting the chemicals and they're finding, okay, well, this will work, and it may or may not have this particular side effect, and it's just not. It's not something that's regulated, so at least to a degree. So I just never liked it, and it's just, I've seen known too many people who've suffered from it more than gained from it. Yeah, but I'm not looking for more effective. I'm looking for quitting. And going from a pack and a half, 2 packs a day, down to a couple of puffs off of this every couple of hours is a step in the right direction for me. I look like a Viking. You know what? It's funny you say that. I get that a lot, and you know, it's in my bloodline. I did the whole ancestry DNA thing and found out all kinds of stuff. Yes, I am related to Ragnar Lothbrok and Aslaug Sigurd's daughter, and they were real people. She was the Queen of Denmark, and she was my 31st great grandmother. And as said, Ragnar was my 31st great grandfather. I do smoke weed, yes. I mean, California, so it's pretty much everywhere. Although I don't do it to the degree that some people do, where they're pulling out 4-foot bongs and having to smoke like an entire bag just to enjoy it. I don't do it that way. I do it for the purpose of, like before I go to sleep, because of my pain. The ibuprofen that the doctor gave me, because I stay away from opiates. Basically, the ibuprofen kind of messes with my stomach, you know, like it does everybody. And weed helps me sleep well too. I don't drink alcohol. I actually hate alcohol. The taste of alcohol to me is vile. I use Fusion 360. I've been thinking about kind of diving into SolidWorks. I assume most, if not all of it, is similar, but I know that there are some subtle differences because there's a friend of mine that uses SolidWorks. I use Fusion, and sometimes he sends me files to fix that he can't get fixed in Fusion. So it's, yeah, I'm looking to get into it more, but right now I'm sort of still using Fusion 360. You know, Caravaggio Bluetooth. I heard something about that, and I didn't know if it was satire at first or not. I wasn't sure, but yeah, I remember hearing something about that. You're 40. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to catch up on it. You're 45% Native American, and the biggest hunk of my other genetics is Viking and Irish. Yeah, I have. I have the Nordic side, the Viking side, Irish, Scottish, English, and oh gosh, what else? Basque is in there, um, and of course Montauk tribe, Cherokee Nation, and Indigenous Americas. So yeah, that's what it shows on the DNA. So I can pretty much go anywhere and be with my people. Yes, I smoke, but I don't drink alcohol. That somehow, I don't know why that surprises people sometimes. Have tariffs or crashing stocks affected me? No, I don't own any stocks. Prices on everything have gone up everywhere, so that's sort of relative at this point. Um, and I mean, I'm on vet disability, so no, it hasn't affected me at all. And then they keep talking about how they're going after vets and they're going after, you know, people who need the money and Social Security. It's like they haven't touched my vet benefits. As a matter of fact, they're going to be going up. So they keep talking about how the administration is just going in and tearing it apart and taking this and that and the other. But no, it hasn't affected me at all. I mean, except for trying to buy stuff that you have to buy that is imported from China when it comes to engines, because we need more of a state side. We I apologize. I can English, I promise. Um, we need a stateside solution for not only the PCB systems, but the motherboards and power drives and battery technology and motor technology that we don't make uh, an unrealistic price just because it's made in America. We need it to be affordable. We need it to have quality. So that's where it goes. And I know somebody's gonna jump in and say, you know, but you'll never get the resources from that you need to do that unless you go. I mean, there are mines here with minerals and things that we need that people don't even know about. America has run itself in this fashion when it comes to industry. Why tap your resources when you can tap everybody else's first? And then when all that's gone, there it is. You're sitting on what's left. Okay. Uh, Gamer, the purpose of smoking is, well, it was originally supposed to be for relaxation. It's the way cigars were invented for, where you sit down and you have a bourbon or something like that, and you have a cigar. I'm not against having a good bourbon every once in a great while, but I don't drink alcohol. I don't like the taste of it. So there's only one purpose behind drinking, and that's relaxation to a point where you're still in control. It's not about going overboard. Most people do it; they just go overboard. They drink and they drink all kinds of stuff, and people pride themselves on being able to drink so much. And it's like, congratulations, you're not pregnant. That's a liver. Um, so yeah, it's just I don't I can enjoy alcohol. I just don't necessarily enjoy it to the degree most people do. Hello, everyone that is entering the chat. If I haven't said hi to you, I appreciate you stopping by. I will get to your questions if I can find them. Yes, alcohol is straight poison. I agree with that. That's why I can't figure out why people are so obsessed with drinking it. If they get a ceasefire in you assume you mean Ukraine, that could be bad business, no? Or maybe good. I think it comes down to, I mean, if you're talking about economics, it's bad for one country, good for another. But um, it just needs to stop because of the fact that uh, there's a human cost that's more important than economics. CJ, yeah, don't lose it. Comparative advantage is the argument of billionaires like to make. Nice way of saying slave labor. Well, I mean, there's like around the world roughly 40 million slaves, but people are still on the ones that we had 200 years ago. So we decided that would be something that we morally didn't agree with, so we ended slavery. And I totally agree with that. But there's slavery happening all around the world, and then people look at the United States and yell fascism. Um, doesn't make any sense. So you want to translate that French for me, or Spanish, or Pig Latin? I don't know. Let's see. 100% think the risk of cigarettes and other tobacco purchases are directly tied to the way you process it with different goals to affect flavor and make it last stronger. Okay, last longer. Okay, well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, CJ, I do see what you're saying. It's all about making it last longer at the expense of the consumer. It's just that simple. It's like alcohol. They legalized that. You know, if you consume that too much and a long time, over time, you're going to eventually become an alcoholic and destroy your system. But they still don't care about that. You still see those Johnny Walker commercials and all that other stuff. You know, they're advertising, you know, celebrity endorsed gins and stuff like that. But that's okay, you know, that's all right. But I guess it's totally fine when it's, you know, the rich doing it. I guess everyone in Hollywood gets a pass, right? A cesspool. That's the only thing that disappointed me about the LA fires. It didn't make it down Hollywood and take out Universal Studios. Yep, CJ, you're right. Tobacco is medicinal. I know that if you get stung with a bee, you can take some tobacco and get it moist and put it on the bee sting, and it'll pull the stinger out. It'll also absorb any of the venom in there and help stop with swelling as well from any kind of bee stings or histamine reactions, things like that. If you need alcohol to get through your problems, then you have another problem. Everybody loves to complain about slavery on their iPhone. You know how many times? Okay, let's put it this way. My grandparents weren't slave owners. Their grandparents weren't slaves. It was a couple hundred years ago. Now, they might feel like they can't believe that actually happened in this nation. But as far as it happening to them individually, it's not happening to them. Are there people out there that are racist? Of course. It happens everywhere. Not everyone is an asshole, and some people really are. But to have young people now getting up in arms over past slavery, I'm Irish. We were slaves. I'm Scottish. We were slaves. I'm Viking. We ended up, you know, being slaves at one point. As a matter of fact, the English defeated a lot of the Vikings. So I mean, we could argue slavery around. And it's like they're like, oh, white men. They put white. When none of us are white, we're all something from somewhere, not white. Okay. It shows the narrow vision of most people. They're just going strictly by color, and that's all there is to it. I appear to be white, therefore I must be a fascist or someone who is into slavery because I support the American flag, because I support the freedom that I grew up in, because I went to war for it. But that's just all narrow thinking. It's like, and they're not going to open their eyes because it's like talking to a brick wall. They've already got their opinions. They already believe they know this is how it is. No, it's just your perception. It's your perception of a narrative that you don't fully understand. That's all there is to it. And then they complain about people in America owning slaves when it was people in Africa that sold them in the first place. So, I mean, whatever. Draw your own conclusions. Do I condone slavery? No. Who would? That's horrible. But You know, I mean, most of our technology is put together by people who are barely eating a bowl of rice a week, and no one seems to fucking care. So stop complaining about it. Nope, all this new technology does is lean towards a generation of people who are now confused about who they actually are. And for that, I have an answer for all of you. Can you read it? If you can't, tell me, I'll turn around even more. Greetings, Joe Mack. How are you? Welcome to the chat. Well, yeah, they look healthy and fat nowadays. That's called tariffs. They're no longer forced to build stuff that we're not going to buy. Yeah, Abraham Lincoln. What, you want to shout out Abraham Lincoln? Yeah, I will shout him out. He ended slavery. Funny how he was a white Republican. CJ. Oh man. Miss Arwa. Hi, how are you? How was the war? How do you think war was? Actually, I'll be honest. It was fun for me. It was fun. I know everyone's gonna think that sounds crazy, but it was fun. And I've told my wife before, you know, sometimes I miss it. Closest I can get is Call of Duty, and that's turned into friggin' Fortnite nowadays with all the superheroes and crap they put into it. But yeah, other than that, it's just, yeah, I miss war. I do. It's Mr. Coffee on the blood level. CJ. Oh, Lunar, good luck with that. Actually, you seem to be doing a fairly decent job of it. It's pretty much happening on its own because everyone now is completely and totally confused. That's why I'm glad I have been married to a beautiful woman for the past 16 years. Because now, not being single for that long and happy, I don't have to go out into the world and worry, you know? You know, it's like some of the work that they pay to have done is just convincing. And you got to get up close and you go, holy shit, it's like a Picasso. You know, you get up close and you're like, I can see what's really going on now. So it's like you gotta be careful. You gotta be really careful. CJ, yes, your pronouns are bitter coffee. That I can agree with. Now, I never had a problem with people who wanted to be somebody else, change their sex or whatever. Pushing it on our children, that's one thing. That if you push that on our children who aren't even old enough to understand, like sixth grade math yet, then you deserve a kick where your balls used to be. And that's just the straight fact. You get to be an adult and you're able to make your own choices and do your own thing. That's another thing. You go pretend all you want to. I built a fort when I was young. And me and my brother and my cousin to be in the backyard, we'd build forts out of old metal doors and stuff like that and throw hammers and stuff at each other, trying to knock the forts down and hit each other. I mean, that's how we actually, played. Nowadays, it's the existential crisis rectangle that everyone seems to be focusing on. Ian, if anybody did get hit in the forts, it was probably with a hammer. So, see, that's kind of thought patterns I'm talking about nowadays. Oh yeah, Ian, you're the one that was coming in with addresses and stuff like that of like KFCs and stuff like that. It's like I'm not afraid or something like that. Ian, if you met somebody's wife and she was mad, it sure as hell wasn't mine. But I'll tell your wife you said hi. What are you talking about, Bree? Who's Bree? I love the trolls. You guys are awesome. You like light up the whole chat. Bring a smile to my face. What does that even mean? What context? What are you like watching Lifetime or something? What's going on nowadays? You get they catch you with a BB gun in the forest. Where was the relevance for that? Oh man, hold on. Let me just scroll back a little bit. I'm trying to find where that came from. Jacobs. No, it's a tobacco pipe. Thanks for noticing. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Why is it always the same trolls that come back to my life? I love it. You guys like me or something? Oh, man. What does it feel like having a beard? Like you're conscious of every bite of food that you take. Because the chances are you'll end up having some for later. You never went into the forest and messed around with a BB gun? I'm sort of in the valleys, so there's not a lot of forest close by. Orchards, maybe. They do, Trivia. They do wish they were as cool as me. But that's okay. They're welcome here. I mean, you gotta have groupies, right? Ian. Oh yeah, we made tennis ball cannons when we were younger. You know, I remember those days. Yep, that was back in the '80s. I grew up when things were cool and for the most part legal, even if they were fun. Now everything fun is illegal, at least in my state, and it sucks because our governor seems to think for some reason that spending billions and billions of dollars on 30 feet of track is somehow going to make California, an awesome place to be. And it's not. No, we need a biblical flood in the valley. That's what we need. And then just let it wash out everything out through, the bay and just out into the ocean. San Francisco, friggin' that toilet needs to be flushed. Ian, why are you asking me that? He's all chill. I know he's saying chill too. I'm fine. I just think that the waste of money here in California is. I mean, let's think about it. They stopped the water to save a fish and lost most of LA, or at least all the Palisades, because they wanted to save a fish. They just wouldn't let the water through. I mean, they could have let it through while the fire had was going on and gotten it under control, but they didn't even turn the water on. They're just like, it's about clearing land for wealthy investors to come in and develop. That's always what it's about, Always. Don't buy the property when you can buy the reclaimed property from the bank because of the insurance, and it's much cheaper that way. So it's like, oh, I need to be locked up? Why do you say that? Drones is more of a hobby. It's propulsion science is more of my job. Oh, he's saying you need to be locked up? Fantastic. Why do you need to be locked up? You always say that, man. What the heck? Fantastic, man. Completely disagree with 99% of what you say, but it's freaking hilarious. That's what I like about it. You guys, even the trolls can come in and troll each other and just have fun trolling. So go ahead, troll. Troll. By the time it's over with, you guys are all trolling each other, not even trolling me. I'm just like sitting here watching. Like I'm in the chat. It's like weird. It's funny as hell. I've never seen a live ever do that. Where trolls come in to troll me and they all start trolling each other. It's freaking great. It's awesome. I've accomplished something I think that, we should call Guinness. See if this is in the record books. I'm telling you, it's great. You guys are awesome. You make it so much fun for me just to sit here and relax and watch y'all chat. I love it. You guys are great. Oh, what's the crazy part? Well, you can't be 11. My chats are typically not. I marked that it wasn't made for children. So either your parents let you or you lie about your age on your email, whatever. But you need to keep that in mind when you're in chat. Emery, always trying to sleep in my live streams. Good God, man. Yeah, fantastic. You might want to think that. You might want to rethink stuff. You kind of walked into that one. No, I don't work for a Jet Propulsion Laboratory. There's a lot of stuff that I'm working on that you guys won't see on YouTube, at least right away. And that's one of the reasons why I was clearing a lot of my property that I have across the street. There's other stuff going on, so you guys will see it, but not now, because so I'm sort of staying with the drone sizes, the sort of hobbyist drone thing. I have gone a little bit bigger with the drone thing. I mean, let's face it, a 340 millimeter 22 blade high pass EDF is not typically what you would see in the RC hobby. Runts? Trivia, what's Runts? I don't think I've ever heard that one. I got Stizzy. Oh, Shantastic. Why do you wish you were deported? The Democrats don't run the House or the Senate anymore, or the Oval Office. You're not going to get any benefits for renouncing your citizenship and then coming back illegally. $50-50 hybrid, not bad. But I'm glad I can talk about this stuff because of the state that I do live in. I got the Stizzy Pink Acacia. It's a hybrid as well. But for me, like I said, I don't smoke very much. I can't. I'm a lightweight when it comes to that stuff. So it's more just for going to sleep and stuff like that. Dealing with pain after work and stuff like that. You gotta remember, I got wounds from the war, and they plague me. And the only problem with it is I have tinnitus because of a lot of stuff that happened in the military. And the only thing that it doesn't help with is that it makes it louder. So I have to put in, like when it's really bothering me, I've got hearing aids that I use for the tinnitus, and I do have some hearing loss from it. But when the tinnitus gets real bad, I got to put that in and turn it on tinnitus mode. And it's just, 20 years of that screaming in your ear, nonstop, without a moment of rest, without a moment of peace or silence. I've completely forgotten what that's like. Because all they do is sort of flood your ears with another frequency. So you're still dealing with a frequency. It's just, it's intentional psychologically. So it doesn't plague you or stress you out as much as the tinnitus does, which you have no control over. What's up with Social Security? I don't know, I'm not collecting Social Security, so I don't know. Is your name? Okay, Danny. Hi. Why did you name yourself that, man? Welcome to the chat. How you doing? Oh, let's see if I can get back to the chat here. I want to make sure. We can't miss Emery, of course. One of my favorite trolls. If I get your names wrong and I call you a troll and you weren't the troll, I apologize. But for some reason, the trolls, they just jump in and they love being here. I love it when they're here too. You make it fun. Oh, I'll never be on Social Security. Nope. No, tonight is not like being married. I mean, for some of y'all, maybe, because nowadays your marriages last 38 seconds. But no, when you find that right woman, especially when you descend from Nordic blood and you find a Nordic woman, things click around just right, you know? So, yeah. If anybody who complains about who they're married to, it's your fault for choosing them. Yeah, he's saying that because she's watching. Right now, I'm just kidding. No, you gotta love your wife, man. She gotta be your best friend. Not this crap you see nowadays that they put out on like Hollywood social media where like these girls are going out and saying, "Oh, I expect a guy to spend $500,000 on an engagement ring." And it's like, well, you're gonna be alone for a while, a long while, and you're saying this in your like 30s and stuff like that. You got 10 years left before it's 2 fried eggs hanging on a nail. So I would grasp at whatever you can get now and stop complaining about how much your engagement ring costs. You're gonna try for another baby? Life is good. Welcome. Yeah, you got those gold diggers out there, like just trying to flaunt. I was like, look, you're wearing stuff to hold shit up. That already tells us all we need to know. So don't be expecting, like, like you got high expectations and everything you got on right now. You have like the makeup and everything. That ain't what you look like. That's what you want to look like right now. That stuff disappears after you marry the person that you freaking went after that fell for it. And then everyone wonders why marriages don't last. It's called coyote ugly. And we all know the term and we know what it means. Sean, that's wonderful. Daughters can be a handful. I'll tell you that right now. Because I raised 6 of them. I survived raising 6 girls. I think I should get another medal on my freaking Class A's just for that. Yeah, and the rumors are true. They do sync up. They sync up, and that's why my shop is in my garage behind a firewall. Yeah, you got a taste of it then. That's very true. Light Star. That's very true. Housewives do not have a chance anymore because you got all these entitled, prissy little girls running around thinking they deserve something they haven't earned. Visiting your in-laws when she just got out of the shower, she walked right toward me and couldn't help thinking about how. What the heck? Oh man, trivia. That's funny. Oh, it's menopause. And they all sync up. Whoo! I hope you had body armor. Or a freaking safe room or something. Javon, hi, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Again, if I'm looking at the chat, I apologize, not the screen. There's going to be a delay sometimes, and I have to try and catch up on it. Your husband couldn't comprehend why you liked your in-laws. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Sean, we were outside too during our childhood. You know, before the internet existed. That's why we'd all go out and get on our T-Rexes, ride down to the local 7-Eleven, and get a Slurpee. Stay out till the lights came on. Sometimes even later. It's the way we were raised, though. You know, like let the kids out into the wild. Hell, I was jumping off the roof trying to fly when I was like 5 or 6 years old. I told this story once before, but it was the one where I was young, like so young. I was like, man, I want a parachute. So I tied like literally a sheet to my shorts, and I'm like 5, 6 years old. Climbed up on the roof of the house. And I'm still to this day now looking back on it and going, why did none of the neighbors even go to my house or yell at me or anything like that, knowing what I was about to do? And they said nothing. Nothing. So I jumped off. And the sheet does not work as a parachute. But I can tell you, I survived it. I had my knee prints and stuff like that into the freaking grass on the ground, but I mean, that was over 20 feet. I got to the highest part of the house I could, jumped off. And that's just how I was. I mean, it was adventurous that way. And literally unbreakable at that point. I don't know why, but my guardian angels are definitely alcoholics by now. I'm sure I've got more than one, too. They probably have to tag out every once in a while, especially with some of the stuff I do in here. Spinning up 340 millimeter turbines at like 10,000 RPMs. And it's all 3D printed, put together with no glue. That big fan on the last video, when I do that spin up, if you watch that full video, you got to keep in mind that when I designed that infusion, I designed those blades to lock into place just by tapping them in with a small mallet. And then a back plate that goes over it, which is basically connected to the main bearing shaft. No glue on those blades whatsoever. It's all friction fit, and it survived the spin up. So I guess I did it well enough, when I designed it. That's how we make sure things work around here. You design it, it looks good, you run it. If it doesn't explode, you're on the right track. Oh, White Star, come on now. Everybody changes with age. It doesn't make you any different as a person. You gotta remember, we're fed by our infrastructure. And it surprises me that the statistics say how many people would starve if trucks stopped bringing food into the cities. And I'm like, you don't know how to hunt or forage or fish? It's like, no, but we know how to loot. So if stuff goes sideways. No, it's that infrastructure that people survive on. It gives them, people like Bill Gates a chance to vaccinate you with a Twinkie. And then, you know what they do, right? Who didn't ever take the vaccine? Raise your hand. That's that kind of stuff I'm talking about right there. Ducks and deer, that works, man. That's what first husband lived on a farm with his parents, was like nobody was paying attention. First husband kind of weird dent in his head. And then told him that one of his brothers dropped an anvil on his head when he was inside. An anvil? Good Lord, an anvil? Wow. That's a tough son of a bitch right there. Get an anvil to the head and get married? That man needs a medal. Yeah, we all need to learn how to do those things that we were supposed to do in the beginning, Gather your own food, stuff like that. Everyone thinks that because just technology's here that we can just kick back and then when we need something, go to the store because it'll be there. But what happens when it's not there? What do? You got to have some kind of survival skills. You got to learn how to do something to survive. And I'm not talking about survive in the city, because that's going to be chaos if anything ever takes off. You know what I mean? So you gotta be able to get out of that area, and you gotta be able to go to a place on like BLM land, things like that, uh, and set yourself up, you know, fortify, Mad Max this place, trade clothes for spices and meat, you know. That's the kind of thing you need. And the funny part is that I had no idea what an anvil was when he told me he dropped on his head. He shared that story with his mother, and he said, no, I think that was your brother. Oh, the service medal? Service ribbon? Combat veteran. Well, he's got my respect. I know what he went through then. Sean. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You got to be able to get out there, know how to hunt, know how to make shelter, things like that. I mean, that kind of stuff's fun. We as men, we do that just for the hell of it. When we get a chance. And now it's like that's why we're all praying for something to go down. We're like, give us a zombie apocalypse or something. There's enough vaccinated people out there. I'm sure there's going to be zombies eventually. And we could just go out there and just Walking Dead this thing. This would be awesome. We could build forts again. But then we could use real stuff, real toys. You know what I'm talking about? $1991. I am a Gulf War veteran myself. I was in when we captured Saddam Hussein. Yeah, well, you got to know about. You have to. Oh, mushroom hunting. That's interesting. You bring that up, because I got the stuff coming in right now that I'm doing Panella stick-to-kiss grow, because I'm studying bioluminescence and how to genetically transfer it to different plants for fun. So, yeah, you can consume Panella stick-to-kiss. It's not necessarily would be considered a food replacement, but in a pinch, it could be something you could use. But I'm more or less studying its bioluminescence and how it's using the CRISPR gene or CRISPR virus, Cas9, how I can impart it to different flowers, because that would be awesome. Like have be the only street on the block where your flowers are glowing at night. So yeah, I'll be doing that. Some gene editing and making sure that I get all the substrates and luciferites from the Panella stick-to-kiss, and then transferring it to the DNA of some not seedlings. It has to be done at a genetic level. So I won't try to explain the process right now, but you'll see it. No, I'm not going to say that. Sorry. I don't want to burst your bubble or anything. You've probably been waiting all day for it. Ouch. Yeah. Those personnel carriers can be death traps in the wrong situations. You're the oldest of 5. Grew up knowing that your dad was disappointed that you weren't a boy. Well, that's horrible. It does not mean that he taught. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Text are getting smaller. It does mean that he taught me woodworking, fishing, hunting, welding, and auto maintenance. Well, it's good that that you know all that. That's great. But the fact that that's gotta suck thinking that. Are you sure he was disappointed? Did I hear about the guy who recently decided to have some relationship with... No, I haven't heard that one-line star, and that sounds a bit weird, but falls right in line with 2025 and how it's going. There are people out there who identify as a desk lamp, and the light is clearly not on. So yeah, I was doing some welding too. I actually went to the College of Oceaneering down in Wilmington. And that was for underwater welding, spec tech, mag particle testing, all that other great stuff. Commercial diving. It was fun. Never thought I'd understand how to drive a hyperbaric chamber, but I do. And what I mean by drive it is, decompress or people properly blow them down to depth, that kind of thing. Not physically drive it, but drive the system. I can't say your name, but don't you guys eat octopus? I assume that's what you mean by you're falling in love with it. Hi, Betsy. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Thank you. Thank you. It's my memento mori. Jesus rope. It is. I carry it with me always, but it's relevant for today. Well, relevant for the next, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. More relevant now than ever. Carathon. Oh, what videos? I feel like I'm being set up here. I'll go watch videos. Unless I forgot something you asked me previously, which I would more than likely do with my ADHD. There was grant money for playing underwater golf? I hate golf, but I'll do it underwater. That'd be fun. Refresh my memory, Carathon. I don't remember what you're talking about. Again, it's not personal. I just got a lot going on in my brain. A blank fish. You were bush hogging, Old Glory. You know, when you come in to say stuff like that, I gotta try to act like I know what you mean because I already know you. Oh, that could mean you were just down south bar hopping for all I know. Um. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yes, Light Star, I understand. Got a welding certification, metal fabrication, shopwright. After high school, by 30, he was materials manager for a major military contractor. That's pretty good. I may need some stuff. So, that's good to know. You're my contact for military gear. Need a couple engines under the SR-71 Blackbird if no one's using them. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I did see that video. That was cool. When I said the Hellcat and you sent that one edit, that was neat. I like that. Now I know. I remember what you're talking about now. Yeah, thank you. It jogged my memory when you said that. But yeah, I saw the edit. That was cool. Ah, I see. You know what? You need to bring that thing over here because I'm sick and tired of taking care of 5 acres with a freaking lawnmower. Especially when the winter grass comes up and it's 5 feet high. I believe that I also found some grant money for underwater slipping fall accidents. What? Are you asking me that there? Big shots? I'm not wearing any hair gel. I don't know if that was a question or you're just making a statement. Beamy, hi, how you doing? Welcome. See, Old Glory, you need to come over here and just take care of this property for me. The city wants me to cut the grass down. I like it because it keeps the trespassers off and saves me and money on my 37 millimeter ammo. My era, by the time I graduated high school, early 1980s, they did not coach women to get a job. It was more towards getting married. Yeah, I remember back in those days, it was about that. It was about the women being housewives, and they wanted to be, they wanted to be. And nowadays, you see all these videos of these young girls being like, "I don't need a man. I'm gonna be independent and do everything on my own," and blah 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 blah. And they're, the feminists, things like that. I mean, more power to you if you think you can, go for it. No one's stopping you. It's a free country. Go get an education, find a job. It's the two girls that get together and say they don't need a man to have a baby. And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I don't care if the applicator looks like Jodie Foster's knuckles. That is man batter in there. Okay? And that's the way it happens. So, when you say you don't need a man, you do. Just as much as we need women. Plain and simple. Oh, he does forgery? I want a sword. I want a Damascus blade. Something Viking style. But it's got to be the draw length of my arm, because I want it to be specific to me. That's how they made them, usually. Is the draw length of your arm if you wore it on your back. Or the scabbard was designed specifically for that, if it was a longer blade. But I would love to have one. Or an axe. Some kind of nice battle axe. Hannah, you can't chop a tree down with a sword. I just said battle axe. I don't understand why you brought that up, though. I didn't mention anything about trees. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. My apologies. Yeah, if he can make a blade like that, have him make me one. I want one. On my next live, I'll show you the thumbnail. That's the sword I want. What's interesting is I was playing around with the AI, and I was like trying to have it make pictures of me, and my wife is with me in the picture, so I had it recreate us both. It's funny because even when I said like medieval times and stuff like that, it still puts my glasses on my face, and it's because it's using an image that I fed it of me to make the AI image. So like the thumbnail for this live was made using a picture of me, and it does pretty good. It gets some of the details wrong, but for the most part, he tells me. And it's interesting because it must remember. It says it doesn't remember all the conversations all the time. It doesn't log it in memory. But the picture I did with the turbines on the glove, when I asked it to make me in a suit of armor, with the picture, because I sent it a picture of me standing with my wife, and so it made us both, and I wanted it to look medieval. It made armor on me, but in some of the joint marks, it put turbines, the blades. It's weird. It's like it remembered aspects from the other pictures that it says it doesn't remember, and incorporated them into the images that I had it create recently, and it was just strange. But it did do some good pictures. I'll post them on my posts on the channel, and show you. So it made me with the glasses. Like I did one when it said "make me into a Viking," so it did that, and my wife as well. And then it also did the medieval one. It made beautiful pictures, but glasses on in each one of them, which is funny because it's using those aspects from the image I gave it. And even in that time period, excuse me, even in that time period, it still left the glasses on my face, which makes it funny. And that's what I love about using that image, that picture of me, in all the thumbnails, because it keeps all those details in. So no matter what situation I'm in, I've always got the glasses on in the picture. It's just funny. Skynet, yes. Oh, I'm creating Skynet. I mean, look, there's a big ass drone sitting right behind you, drone engine. I'm doing 4 of those, and we all, if anybody's ever watched the first Terminator, you know, those are gonna be my engines up there. So you're welcome. Just so you know. Hello, Russia. How are you doing? I don't know how to say your name, so because it's in Russian. Who's Sylvia? Oh wait, hold on. I just missed it. I think maybe you entered the wrong chat. I do develop turbine engines, but this is, I mean, this is the wrong fans that you might be looking for. Let me clarify for you. No, not sure how you got all these confused. But yeah, I only work with fans, but it's not the site you're looking for. So my apologies. I'm afraid you'll have to find it somewhere else. Oh, the dill drone. Well, I could sell you a dill drone. Sure. Teach you how to fly it. You'll be totally fine. I'm just using Chat GPT to do the images for the thumbnails on my videos for the most part. I usually sometimes bring them into Photoshop and add text and whatnot if I need to, or if I feel up to it. But usually I just use the image straight out of AI, unless I want to convey some information on the thumbnail about the video, and then I'll add text and effects and stuff like that through Photoshop. Yeah, there's a video on the dildo. I'm telling you, go see it. It's on the videos page. There's a couple of shorts where I did the intro for it, sort of a dramatic, kind of funny intro when I introduced it. So yeah, it was funny. Oh, who doesn't remember that song? Cool. But don't say anything about what you're picking up because they're probably watching. Because I know the wife's in there watching the stream, so shh. Oh. Happy early Easter. Happy Easter to everyone. Let me see now. There's something I wanted to show you. Let's see. Ah, the coffee, yes. let's show you the coffee. The cup and the coffee. There we go. Okay. So, when the site's back up, I encourage you guys to go to the link in my bio on my channel page. It will be up there. CJ makes this coffee. This is bitter coffee for bitter people. And there will be a new link he'll send me. I'll put in my bio that'll give you a discount. Got merch too, so don't forget it. Let me turn around one more time, just in case someone missed any of the text on the new shirt. Set this back up over here. Let's see. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. Your ribs started cramping in the tractor when it was turning around to back up. Bush hog, so. Why are you saying that, man? You're telling me you turned around and got a rib cramp? Dang. I've had those rib cramps before. It's not from being fat. It's from just not stretching enough. I can tell you that. I need you to bring that equipment over here, though, for my property I got to take care of across the street. Because yesterday I was using a regular mower, so by the time I was done, my watch had told me I'd walked 5 miles. And I'm not even done mowing the whole thing. I'm gonna enjoy some chocolate. GW is back. How you doing, man? Yep, wire on brush on drill work. Well, GW, then that's probably it wasn't dirt. But glad you're happy with your nail snack. Tasted like barbecue sauce. What'd you do? Have wings the night before? Just didn't wash your hands? And you're like, get up in the morning and go, I'm gonna finish dinner. An elephant. Yeah. That could be dangerous as well. Corn and pork chops. corn and pork chops. Sounds pretty good. Very southern. Saw a video recently where a young man converted an old tractor to electric. You really want to do that? Why? I mean, I could probably see the advantages to it in regards to fuel, but depending on the batteries and how powerful they are, chances are you're going to stress them out with the torque the tractor needs. And then, especially with the current you're going to need. And then it's probably going to cost you more in battery replacements than it is for fuel. Just keep using that beautiful dinosaur juice. Yeah. GW from the South? Good. Where at South? Kevin, you're from the South. Where are you from? NOLA. See, 72 volts. All the attachments worked. He was given the tractor because the engine was seized. Oh, I see what you're talking about. So he just did a conversion because he had to, pretty much. Might as well experiment, right? Hey, that's always fun. I served with a guy from the South. I actually trained with him at Benning. You knew he was Southern. His last name was Spanky. Drill sergeants had a time with that one. Kevin, congratulations, I guess. Greetings from New Orleans. Welcome, New Orleans. I wasn't too far south. Benning. Fort Benning. Atlanta. Port Gordon. I was in Decatur, Alabama for a while. That's not too far south. It's close though. Hi Noah. Were you already in here? Or are you just showing up? Noah Bell, hi, welcome to the chat if I haven't already welcomed you. Full-size disc plow? How long does the battery last though? Compared to a tank of diesel that tractor would normally pull. Yeah. Yeah, but I was in Decatur for a while. Kind of a vacation for me, you know. I was on leave. Had some friends down there that I was in basic with, so figured went to their hometown. And first time I had seen a firefly in person. I damn near shot it. Yeah, from California. I'd seen them on TV and stuff like that, but having one fly right past your face is a whole new experience. What? um, Gee, I wonder if that sounds like a trick question. I don't know how to answer that. Unique suggestion. Welcome. How are you? Welcome to the chat. Is who? No, I'm. Are you talking to me? No, I'm not Muslim. That's a basic training Fort Benning, but I heard they changed the name because of political correctness, and now they want to change it back. Yeah, it seems to be a lot of what's going around. You know, previous administration kind of screwed the pooch on everything, and now everyone's like they want to change stuff back. So it's like people finally, you know, realize the audacity and some of the policies and things like that. So yeah, no, yeah, I get why they want to change it back. I'm a Christian. Unique. Fort Gordon has changed its name to Fort Eisenhower. Actually, I was actually in Eisenhower Army Medical Center down there for a little while. So, so I was at the hospital there on base for a little bit. My channel is typically about building, you know, just hobbyist stuff like drones and remote control vehicles and experimenting with propulsion with different types of high pass turbofans and things like that. But all 3D printed mostly, so that and the components you can usually get off of Amazon. So the idea is that I design something that works well, and if somebody wants to try it, then the STLs will be available once I'm finished, and everything can be purchased on Amazon. So it's more or less about making a high-powered drone that can move a lot of air that you can have some fun with, or adapt to any other project you're doing, like dropping a 170 mil in a jet, and you know, an RC jet, and having fun with that. I'm doing experimental propulsion on other levels that I haven't shown on the channel as well. And that's pretty much the whole idea, is just to make this fun for people. And whatever I don't use in my final design, a lot of the stuff that you do see is applicable to my final craft that I end up building. So, but first I'm doing a drone with 4 of the 340 millimeter EDFs. I'm turning that one, basically, the whole thing is going to be printed in clear PETG, so that the body and everything is clear. Then I'm going to, because I love programming lights with Arduino, because I can do some really cool stuff with Arduino and NeoPixel, things like that. And I have a 400-foot ceiling according to the FAA, so basically I want to get this drone up there. It's going to be, 4 feet by 4 feet, if not bigger, just because of how big the engines are. And I'm going to be putting a light show on that thing, and since it'll all be clear PETG, it'll all diffuse properly into the body and make the whole thing glow. And then that's how I'm going to design the body. It's going to look fairly organic in a sense, so that people think that they are witnessing a UFO. And so you see videos online of this drone, and you know who made it. Because you know my channel, you're subscribed, you're watching it. And everybody else out there who doesn't know who I am is going to be filming it. And I swear I hope I make it on the news. I want that to just be on the news. That would just be so much fun. To just look at it, people are going, this, people are watching this UFO and it's just me. See how many people, run out and start praying to it. I should do a haunted house. It's a little off subject, but in what regard? Why should I do a haunted house? Like just animatronic kind of stuff, or what? I wouldn't want to hurt the firefly. Why am I modest? What's wet behind? Oh, that? Give me 1 second. The channel's about drone hobbies, 3D printing, experimental propulsion, all kinds of stuff. Congratulations, Tim. I'm glad you know that. No, the table behind me. So this is an MPCNC. It's a 3-axis mill that I 3D printed. The plane that's sitting on it is a jet, a 90mm jet that I designed in Fusion and 3D printed. It's sort of a multi-purpose vehicle. Obviously it flies, can take off from land, can take off from snow with the way I designed the skids and so on and so forth. And it can take off from water. So it can land on water, float, and still take off from it. Which is why my ductwork is sort of unique in the front. So there's a slot in the top and a slot in the bottom, so the DC motor can tread water. And then there'll be vector thrust fins in the back in order to basically pull out of the water once I accelerate. And the top intakes are designed to keep the water from waterlogging the system. It allows it to drain out the bottom. So there's a duct at the bottom, a duct at the top, and a duct at the front. That allows me to not only land on water and tread water, but also pull out of it and take off out of the water. And it's a jet. So that's more of a big experiment that I was working on. And it's sort of sitting here because I'm waiting for some stuff that I need for it, but I had to order some other stuff for the 340mm fan. And since we're on the subject, I'll go ahead and block you on the shop and show you. One moment. Hold on, let me see if I missed any questions. No. Oh, is my phone still charging? Yep. Okay, so first off,
I wasn't finished.
Thank you for telling me that, phone. I'm working on the Black Pearl. That's one thing. Redid the Dill drone after I had the failed battery warning, which caused the crash. So I reprinted that, and now we're gonna get all that back together so we can basically fly again. And I'm gonna try out these blades instead this time. So we're gonna change it up a little bit and see what happens. Oh, what else? I paint occasionally when I feel like it. This is the 340 mil. There is a video on the spin up for that if you haven't seen it already. Then you have the 170. Now the ironic part about this is that they both run on the same motor.
That one runs on a 7070 Flipsky motor designed for a skateboard, the big one over there. And this one runs on the same motor, 7070 Flipsky. The only difference is this one's designed for much higher speeds. It's designed with a 4-to-1 gear ratio planetary gearbox that's going to make it to where you hit about 30,000 RPMs. This one is designed basically, now this ductwork is just for testing, so the main engine can actually be put in any kind of aircraft you want to design and use it. And this one is for a drone, believe it or not. There'll be 4 of these going in that PET drone I was telling you about. So everything will be rebuilt. You look at about that engine will be there. That engine would be roughly here. And it's going to be, you know, standard X quad configuration. And then I'm going to design a body over that. Yes, I know. I had to use a bucket because I needed to do a vertical test. So, so if you see that, you can see I did a front drive version here. This is for thrust mitigation. Sorry, not thrust mitigation. Weight mitigation on the Cuddy Black model that I'm doing from Star Citizen. I'm trying to get basically a large body done so I can do a fiberglass mold around the parts. And then I'll be building that, putting 2 of the large fan motors in the middle, and then the drone motors at the end. The articulating nacelles that are on the back of the Cuddy Black are actually going to be run by the turbojet. This is the interior stator section for that. And I'm going to reprint the cores because I have a different design I'm working with, and then a low pressure turbine system in the rear. Those are going to be the articulating engines on the Cuddy Black. That's the original Shrike drone concept. It was actually just straight analog ESCs, no flight controller. And then you had your servos that controlled the pitch and yaw this way. And then it had a pusher motor underneath. So that one's going to fly eventually. But this is the front drive system. That's also 4-to-1 gear ratio. This is the original one that I was experimenting with. And blew the motor up because the blade was PLA and not PETG. This PETG blade has actually gone through a lot and is very stable. So it also holds a 7070 Flipsky. So this has a different box in the front for the 4-to-1 gear ratio because this is a front drive unit for internal builds. So yeah, and you can see the motor there. That's a pretty big motor. So that runs into the gearbox and so on and so forth. So yes, there's a lot of stuff that I have going on. And then a close look for the fan here for anyone interested. Antisocial, I believe. I like the way you spelt that. Hi, how you doing? Welcome. So this one, this is not where the ESC goes. It's just for testing. 90 millimeter EDF, that's already in there. This one is designed, like I said, with the top and bottom duct underneath to tread water. And if this duct gets locked, water locked for any reason, it can still pull air in from the top, which will still pull the front of the craft out of the water when I start moving forward. And I've got skids, TPU wheels for buoyancy. Here, I'm going to put buoyancy tip tanks at the wing tips so that I don't dip into the water and flip it over. It won't, but the bottom of it has these buoyancy bubbles that I included into the print. It's hard to see on here, but I've got to get everything off the MPCNC so I can put it on another table. Right now, my table's kind of preoccupied with this fan here. So that is basically what I have going on so far. But yeah, the deal drone is almost done. That's going to be a fun one, I think. Okay, there we go. Hey, Jix, how are you doing? I'm doing good.
Patrick, how you doing? God bless you too. Yeah, I'm just kind of kicking back and going over my projects and deciding what I'm going to do next. I am going to have to take off here pretty soon because I got to go across the street and do another 5-mile mowing job on the property with a push mower. That's okay, I need the exercise. When you're designing behind a computer all the time and waiting for prints, things like that, or I'm either working out in the shop or helping my wife get the garden set up. But I need to get the mowing done. But you find yourself getting sort of stagnant, sort of kind of just sitting at the computer waiting for stuff to get done. And then you gotta wait for the printing to get done, and then you gotta come in and then you do the assembly when you have time to do the assembly on whatever you're experimenting with. The next phase of the 340 millimeter is going to be, you got to remember, it's a 75 volt motor. I was running at 48 volts and still producing tons of power. And I barely hit, I don't even think I peaked over 50 amps. So it was pretty efficient. I do plan on raising the voltage and going to an 18S pack system because I kind of want to get more RPMs out of it. But the first thing I'm going to try are two 10,000 milliamp 120C discharge rate LiPo batteries in series. So basically it'll be 48 volts, 20,000 milliamp hours. And that should give me a little bit more torque, a little bit more speed because the discharge rate is higher. I just got to watch the amps. But it stayed well underneath half of the safe limits for the motor. So I believe that once I start raising the voltage to an 18S system, get to 52 volts roughly, I think that's where we're going to find the peak power band. But even now, I think it's fully capable of a hover at half throttle, which is basically my goal for the large drone. And since there's going to be 4 of them, I think I'll have plenty of lift. So I am in the armpit of California, surrounded by almond orchards, and that's why there's flies that won't leave me alone. DJ, you're back. Cool. Stupid fly. Vanek, how are you? Welcome. So, again, this channel is about, you talk about whatever you like to talk about, but on the chats, because in between that I'm actually doing the design work or printing work of the most of my projects that you'll find on my playlists. You can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, X. I got a buy me a coffee link there if anyone's interested in contributing to my work. You don't have to, it's not an obligation. It's just if it's something you like and you want to contribute, because these batteries get expensive, all this gear gets expensive, then feel free. I'm not going to stop you, but it's the buy me a coffee link on there, and you can get the original Shrike V10 STLs there as well, plus a components list. So you can do that. Again, follow me on Instagram. You can follow me on Facebook, X, pretty much everywhere. Oh, Patreon. Can't forget Patreon. I got that on there. So, yeah. And there's also going to be a link there for the coffee. So the buy me a coffee, not the buy me a coffee, the breakfast in bread is what it's called. There's a link there now, but the site's still down, I guess, until May 1st. CJ, I'm sure you can update everyone on the coffee website. Let them know when they can go to place orders. And be sure when he tells you to, I will put out a short letting you guys know when I have an updated link if I need one for your discount. Because if you use my link in the bio, you will get a discount on your coffee and any coffee merch you decide to purchase from Breakfast and Bread. Remember, bitter coffee for bitter people. And since I attract pretty much trolls from everywhere, y'all need this coffee. That's great because then the trolls start becoming friendly and then they want to like hang out and subscribe and join the chats when I have them. And then other trolls start trolling the other trolls that are in the chat. So it's just, I don't even have to do anything. It's just like a perpetual troll market. Not all of you, obviously. You guys know who I'm talking about, if anyone. Big Mike, you like planes? RC planes specifically, or just planes in general? Welcome to the chat, by the way. Are you saying you're sad? I don't understand. No one uses punctuation, so I can't, or it's just like one or two words. See you in vlogs. Hi, welcome to the chat. Appreciate everybody that's stopping by today. You want to work for me for free? Why? I mean, if it's for the purposes of you getting your work out there, you can email me some examples. My email's in the bio, and then we can chat. Get you exposure if that's what you're looking for. Big Mike. Oh boy, he's trolling. It's Easter, so he's trolling. Big Mike. Well, you're going to be in for a shock. We still love you, but don't worry. Everybody's entitled to their opinions, but the truth will always be the truth. And that's all there is to it. Christ is king. God is real. And nothing you can say to convince me otherwise. So have fun with your little troll party. Like I said, you're entitled to your opinion, even if it is wrong. God is not dead. God isn't bound by time. God is outside of the construct of time which he created in the universe for us. So he is an everlasting being. Remember, you gotta remember, he said he is the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. So yeah, he's not dead. But I'd be careful because, tempting him in a manner such as that could be fairly dangerous because he's a loving God, but to the wicked he punishes severely. And people say, oh, if he's a benign God, then why would he do that to you? And blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, he gave you a choice. If you make the choice, the wrong choice, then that's on you, man. You might be in hell. I'm having a great time. No, we're not. Like, someone watches too much Netflix. And I'm like talking an IBD rated, like 2-star Netflix. This guy thinks we're in hell already. What are you talking about? Are you a poet or something? Is that what you're trying to do? Trying to be that freaking YouTube chat poet? Someone who's gonna drop that friggin' existential crisis bomb on everyone? Yep, weirdos in the chat, that's for sure. That I agree with. But again, I always say everyone's entitled to their opinion, and it doesn't matter how wrong. You can sit here, completely, totally on fire from head to toe, and you'll still be convinced that you're not. And that is all there is to it. It doesn't make much sense to me, but hey, again, it's your opinion. Enjoy it. Hello. I am from California. Where are you from? Humans are bound to suffer because of the sin they brought into the world by their own choices. What kind of creator, you say, would do that? One that wanted his creation to love him willingly. In other words, he didn't bind you to slavery to worship him. He gave you a free will to make a choice. If you make the wrong one, that's on you. Doesn't matter how good of a person you are, there's going to be so much that you're going to see in the future. And you'll see him and you'll deny him. The point is, hell's going to be full of beautiful voices. And I've always said that. And the reason for that is because for some reason, everyone's a good person when they're at their funeral. None choose to be. No. What does that even mean? So what? You didn't choose to be born? Hey, what do you mean you didn't choose to be born? You were born. So what you're trying to tell me is if you had a choice of whether to be born or not, that you wouldn't? Then what would you be? I mean, if you're an atheist, then you'd rather just be nothing, which means you wouldn't have an opinion at all on the matter. So what would be the point? Who didn't choose sin? Man chose sin. Man chose to disobey. That was the whole thing. That's the whole thing in a nutshell right there. That's what set everything into motion. And then everyone blames God for all the evil in the world. And it was man who brought it here, who chose it. We could have said no. We could have decided to obey in the beginning. We didn't. And God knew all this would happen. Of course he did. But that's why he mentions reaping the harvest. To reap the harvest. So out of everyone on the earth, the ones who do decide to believe in God, follow him and do what's right, and that's in the heart, not just, that's intent, not just going to church and going through the phases. Those people who accept Christ, those are the ones he's talking about the harvest. The harvest is about ripe. And then the rest, and what happens when you harvest, you always have the leftovers, right? Well, they're no less important to God than those who chose to believe him. And that's why during the tribulation period, there will be people that come to Christ. And that's a 7-year tribulation period. If you read your Bible, you'll understand what I'm talking about. If you don't, go look it up. In a King James version, trust me, it'll be easier. But yeah, I mean, it's your choice whether you choose to be moral or immoral. We all know what's right and wrong. Let's start. First off, I have to say this because abuse is something that should never happen to a woman from the hands of a man or anybody else. And that makes you one of the biggest assholes in chat. Secondly, Light Star, God didn't cause him to abuse you. He chose, your ex-husband chose to do that to you. And that wasn't God making him do that. That was God giving you an opportunity to call on him. Because maybe he wanted you to be a little bit stronger for the next struggle, or learn how to endure to the end. Now, I'm not making excuses for your ex-husband for being abusive. Any man who is abusive to his husband or his wife should be 2025 could be his husband too. Any man who would put their hands on a woman in an abusive manner, how do I say this politely? Should be just, I'm not gonna say it. You know what I want to say. They should be just straight up toast. That's all there is to it. Dust of the earth. Mike, angels are all dead. You just want me to say what you're saying, or like call on your name or something like that? Is that what you're doing here? You just want attention. Someone was held not enough or too much as a child. Did you just say Merry Christmas, Spot? Am I a saint? Actually, followers of Christ are all considered saints. I mean, in a sense. You have to read the Bible. My wife tried to explain it to me a little bit more in depth because she's a biblical scholar. So, and we find a lot of stuff in the Bible. It's amazing what you can find when you just read together in faith, and you decipher some of the stuff in the Bible that people just sort of glance over, and how much meaning that it has. Hi, Uncle. Torin? Who are you talking to? You have an uncle in the chat? I'm not here. Or is it me? Do I know your mother? You're asking me why? You're asking in general why you're called big? Why are you asking that? You should know, right? You chose the name. John, who are you saying isn't redeemable? Everyone's redeemable. Every living soul on this planet is entitled to the salvation that Christ offers. Unfortunately, they just want to deny it because the desires of the flesh are too comfortable to leave. And you can still have a good life and believe in Christ. You just can't sin, and that's too much for some people. The desires of the flesh are too strong, which makes them, they need the strength of God on their side to get past that, or they're going to just act no better than the animals. The unpardonable sin, you mean blasphemy? Yes, Stacy, thank you. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yes, she's right. That's if you die denying Christ. That's the whole thing. Everything is forgivable. Everything. My wife will correct me. Oh, okay. John, please enlighten us. What is it you think that's so unforgivable that you would just not even consider going to Christ? Because you think you're already lost. Go ahead. Tell us all. Use cryptic words if you must. I don't care. But instead of just sitting here and spouting off how you're doomed, or there's people that are doomed because of a specific sin, then just stop. If you're not going to give any context to it, yeah, blasphemy. We already told you that. That's denying Christ until you die. That's blasphemy. In order for him to repent, he's going to have to understand why he's repenting. And that's to do it willfully and of the heart, and accept Christ and follow that way of life. And it doesn't change the character of your life, and it definitely doesn't change the happiness that you can have in your life just because you believe in Christ. People just don't want to do it because they don't want to be accountable for the desires of the flesh. They don't want to be accountable for their own sins, and they know what they are. And that makes no sense to me. Why risk an eternity because you don't want to be responsible for what you're doing here? Okay, John. Please define blasphemy for us. Lunar, hi, how you doing? Emery. Chasing after the cheeseburger truck. Wrong definition, he says. But doesn't give me the definition. I'll see it. I can't speak of it. Will give someone an occasion to look up. Say, so you don't know, is what you're saying. You don't know. Just say it with me. I don't know. It's that simple. And it's okay if you don't. If you don't fully understand it. Read about it in the Bible. Okay, well then the question is, why won't you say what it is? If that's what you're gonna, you can't come in here and just say, oh, all the things you've been saying that I'm defining it wrong, that you know the definition, but you won't speak of it because you want somebody to look it up. Held accountable for what? You've been speaking on it. You just haven't been at all clear on your definition of blasphemy. That doesn't make any sense. Them doing what? Okay, people here, you need to understand you are accountable for the choices you make. That's all there is to it. So if John here spits out the definition of blasphemy and you go and do it, that's not going to be his fault. That's going to be your fault because it was your choice. That's the whole idea. A choice. So instead of dancing around the question, give us your definition of blasphemy. Hello, Turkey. Okay. Okay, I understand what you're saying. You don't want to say it because you think it'd be blasphemy, explaining blasphemy. But if you're trying to educate somebody, then, and you're doing it of good nature and you're doing it willingly to help another individual, to tell them this is blasphemy, this is something you shouldn't do, then you're not going to hurt anybody by explaining the definition of blasphemy. People will make their own choices. They're either going to make the moral decision that is correct or the one that is wrong. It's not going to be your fault. There's too many people who believe in God that are afraid to say what is right, what is wrong, because they don't want to be judged, or they feel sometimes, or they say what you said. I don't want someone to do it, just because I put the idea in their head. Well, you know what? They're adults. If they have any kind of moral compass, they'll understand what the difference between right and wrong is. So, you could you could tell somebody how to rob a bank, but they're probably not going to go do it. That's my point. It's their choice whether or not they're going to make this decision to either be blasphemous or not. I see your apprehension, but educating people isn't wrong. As a matter of fact, it would be helpful to most if they were open to understanding. If they're not open to understanding, if they are still bound by what the desires of the flesh bring them, rather than being accountable for their actions, that is their fault, not yours. Lunar Verge, good night. Selective First Amendment privileges on the internet, then add, especially with YouTube and earning money in the living. Well, I've said this before. It's really hard to get monetized if you plan on trying to make money on YouTube. And if you have content that's controversial, I don't think that matters. I think they look more towards like hate speech, but I think they probably deem Christianity hate speech. But we have a First Amendment and a constitutional right to practice our religion as we see fit in this country. And if they don't monetize you because they think that you talking about Christianity is hate speech, then they're breaking constitutional law. It's that simple. YouTube doesn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to a moral compass, because there's people out there watching videos of girls that are half-dressed reacting to videos that you've already seen on the internet. So they're exploiting women as we speak. So, yeah. If they don't monetize me, then I know a few people who would love to pick up that lawsuit. Okay. It's true you'll be held responsible for your teaching, but if you pray for wisdom in the situation that you're in at the time, you will do well. You have to remember that God's with you always. Yeah, I agree. I mean, saying that God isn't alive is a form of blasphemy, yes. If you're going to be a messenger, then wholeheartedly be the messenger. Don't worry about what other people think about it. It even says in the Bible that people are going to be ridiculed and jailed just for the belief that we have. I mean, you would think that people around the world would look at that and go, there is so much animosity against Christianity, it must be right. What you're saying is, if you're afraid of persecution, not to teach. That is wrong. You should teach what you believe when it comes to God, when it comes to the Lord. If you have questions on whether or not how to say something or how to teach something, you pray about it, read your Bible, the answer will come to you. You will get that answer, especially if it is the intent of your heart to spread that message. You can't hide behind the fear of persecution. You have to take it. If someone's going to try and come in my house, if they pass a law saying they're going to try and take every Bible or whatever out of everybody's homes or arrest me for praying outside, let them come. Let them come. I'll tell you what, they're not getting the Bible out of this house, because I'll defend that word to the end, even if it means my life. And if I am out there and I feel like praying out in public, I'm going to pray. And if someone wants to hate me for that, or gets disgusted by that, or tries to assault me because of it, the Bible says turn the other cheek, but they don't mean it in a sense where you take the punishment and then walk away in shame and be the bigger person. He means turn the other cheek and say, is that all you got? It's about being strong in your faith. Because I would fight for God against all of the wicked on this planet that he knows is destined for hell. If God set me out there and said, go out, it's time, said, I want you to be one of my soldiers out there that goes out and reaps the harvest and disposes of the wicked, I would do so in a heartbeat. But see, it's not like most people would think when I say that now. They would go, oh yeah, that sounds very cultish. That sounds this, that sounds like, God wouldn't do that. And you got to remember, he flooded the earth once because people were too wicked. And there was Nephilim blood, which tainted human blood, so that had to be eradicated. That's why he did what he did. There's so much that you have to understand. You have to read the Bible. You have to ask God for the wisdom. You have to ask questions. Talk to people in your church who are also studying the Bible. They can help you through these kind of things. But putting yourself in a corner and saying, I'm not going to do it because I don't want somebody else to do it, it's their choice. whether to obey or disobey God. It's not on your shoulders. You bring them the message. It's that simple, and you do not be afraid to bring them the message. Period. Christ is the only way back to the Father. Period. There is one true living God. There is a Trinity. 1 and 3. We don't understand the Trinity? Look it up. You cannot put the construct of time that we perceive as humans as a binder on how you explain God. Because God isn't bound by time. He created it. So a lot of people get confused at that. Well, what's the 3 in 1 thing? Well, you don't understand how eternity works, do you? I mean, and I don't blame you for not understanding it, because eternity is a concept that's hard to comprehend for someone who has only ever known a beginning and an end to anything. So, you've got to, if you have questions, read. If you, associate yourself with people who understand and can help you to understand how to teach, if that's what you're worried about. But ultimately, your ability to teach, your power to teach, is going to come from the wisdom you get from God. So don't be afraid. How many times in the Bible does it say, do not be afraid? Who's rambling? That's true. Telling people that they're going to hell and hell. But if you make the wrong choice, I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah. I mean, people don't want to hear the truth. You know? And that's the sad thing. People don't want to hear the truth. It's like, yeah, you're accountable. It's just like being accountable for any crime you commit here. You do the crime, you got to do the time, right? But no one wants to apply that to their spiritual life. So most people choose to believe, oh, I'm an atheist. Nothing happens after you die. Like, really? Wow. That's incredible, considering that we're self-aware enough to question the fact that there are galaxies out there that we can't even see the light for yet. And you want to wonder where it all came from as an atheist. You just think it's for nothing? I fear for the life of an atheist. It must be a horribly lonely one, to think that you just disappeared and you're gone and you're dying, you were nothing before. It was just, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine ever believing that. I don't think John is hostile. I think John wants to be able to preach to people or talk to people about Christ, but he's fearful that he may do it the wrong way. And as long as you go out there with the confidence of knowing that God is with you and he will give you the wisdom, if you let him, to teach well, there's no reason to be afraid to do it. There isn't. I honestly don't think he's trying to be hostile. But you do need to read more into blasphemy. I'm serious. So yeah, my wife could give you all the information you would need on blasphemy, so you understand more. And that's what it's about. It isn't about judging you because you may get something wrong a little bit or miss some facts. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what being a Christian community is about. It's about being able to help each other understand. That's what we're supposed to do. And because we love one another, we love all humanity, regardless of the choices they've made, it's our duty to continue to preach that word. It's just that simple. Yeah, John, if you are going to talk to people in here about stuff, and we are trying to genuinely help you, just don't be mean to others. If you could, please apologize to CJ if you did tell him to shut it, because that's, remember, this is about us. We can have our opinions here, and you have your opinion and I have my opinion, and I'm trying to help you see the differences in our opinion in the hopes that you get away from the fear of teaching the wrong way. Because if you're reading the Bible and you're praying to God and getting the wisdom from that, and you're open to what you're reading, then you are not going to teach the wrong way. As a matter of fact, when you teach will be decided by God, because he'll put you in situations where it's necessary. That's how it works. Well, I understand that, CJ. I do. But yeah, John, it's about, just be respectful to people in the chat, because we all have our opinions on these subjects. And I don't fault anyone for the differences in opinion. As a matter of fact, I welcome your differences in opinion, because it brings debate into the picture. And if anything I say sparks any interest into anyone about taking a further look into the Bible and understanding God more, then I feel I've done a service to my Creator. But the choice will ultimately be theirs, and theirs alone. Why is what you say truth? See, you're sort of dancing around all these things, and you're putting out these statements, but you're not saying why what you say is truth. That's where your mistake is. This isn't a mic drop moment. This is you needing to step up and go, this is what I believe. This is why. That's what you're here for. If that's your opinion, it's your opinion. Hey Betsy, how you doing? Afternoon's going great. How's yours? You're older than me, John? What does that matter? What does that matter? How does that apply? How does your age give you any more wisdom if you're not willing to even listen to what I'm saying? The Lord has been with me for eternity. See, you're still putting a human construct of time on God. And there'll be a time. N eternity. I hate to break it to you, but N eternity denotes a measurement of, and the only measured portion of eternity is time, the one you're currently in. So N eternity is incorrect. It's just eternity. Time is the measured portion of eternity. And I'm going to live a lot longer than most of you think. It's just that simple. Yes, time is a man construct. It is your perception of how time passes. See, people like to argue about creation, that 6 days, 6 days, 6 days. But they say the earth is, billions of years old and the universe is billions of years old. But it was the last day that man was created. So before human consciousness and its perception of time existed, who are you to say how long it took to create the universe? Our perception of time is pointless. Man's perception of time didn't begin until the end of creation, which means that 4 billion years could be just one of God's days. He said no man would live but one of his days. But he didn't say how long that day would be. You see, people like to say, oh, well, that means God's day is 100 years. It's not, because people lived thousands of years before. And even that wasn't one of God's days. And the reason why I say that is because he said, no man shall live but one of my days. He didn't literally mean they would live one of his days. He meant no one will live as long as I on this earth. No one will exist for eternity on this earth. Not in this time before the return of Christ. We are all limited in that aspect. But afterwards is a different story. Thanks. I like my room too. Oh, I can't wait for the bundles, CJ. Come on now. Told you I'd wear the apron. Betsy, tell your sister I said hi. Argentina, hi. Welcome to the chat. No, one day is not 1,000 years. You're still putting a construct of time on God. When he spoke, he was referring to no man shall live as long as God has existed in this time period on earth. There will be a new heaven and new earth eventually, in which the believers that were taken back to God will get a new earth, because the old heavens and the old earth shall pass away. He didn't mean heaven, he meant heavens, as in the sky, the universe, and the earth will pass away, and there will be a new heavens and new earth in its place, where we will live for eternity in bodies that don't age, as we were meant to in the beginning. See, because Adam and Eve would have lived forever had they not disobeyed and then brought sin and death into the world. So you've got to go back to the beginning in order to understand the end, and then everything in between ties it together. I'm pretty sure he is too. John, show me where biblically that the Bible says that one of God's days is 1,000 years. Hello, Mohammed. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. I see you like flags. It's not 1,000 years. It's not. And you're not older than me because every time you say something, you say facts right at the end. So I'm pretty certain that you just got your driver's license. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Well, I mean, it's not like me to give up on people who need clarification. Because I want him to get it right. If what he wants to do is teach, but he wants to do it the right way, then I want to make sure he has to understand where he goes for the information to teach it right. It starts with understanding that sometimes you can be wrong. And if you can't accept that, then how can you teach? Oh, I researched scripture, John. Plenty. Allah means God. It's just another way of saying it. So, nice try, Mike. Okay, well, it sounds like Islam is limited in what it can do then. So what you're saying by that is, it's true. You said Allah, Islam, Allah said one day is like 1,000 years. Like you calculate. Which means that can't be the true God now, can it? Because God's timeless. So every time you guys say 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 500 years, 600 years, it's irrelevant. You're dealing with a timeless God. He is the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega. You know why he said his name, I am? Is because he always is, always was, and always will be. So the best way to put that into human terms is I am. That is God, the name of God, the I am. So when you come to me telling me that Islam says, Allah says one day is like 1,000 years, then that means that Islam is incorrect. Or Muslims, I should say. Islam as a religion is incorrect. But you are entitled to your opinions until you find the truth. What's with the I am Steve? It's not even for the angels. It's all, you got it wrong, man. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I respect it. And in this country, we have the right to practice our own religion. But if I were not to stand firm in my religion, how could you ever respect me? I've said it before. So if I call you wrong on specific subjects according to your religion, it isn't any disrespect to you. But I'm standing firm in my religion and my beliefs. I have to. Otherwise, I would be a hypocrite, would I not? Hey Dennis, how you doing? Mason, I can't even read what that is. That okay? I think I see God is great. That's okay. It's just the screens, nowadays keep getting smaller and the text gets smaller, and they expect me to be able to read it. I like seeing you guys quote scripture. Yeah, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. But there's a deeper meaning to that because it's the flesh that people desire, and that's what pulls them away from God, is the desire of that flesh. So I think what that means is that you are struggling with the temptations that are presented to you, which can be of the flesh, which can be of substance abuse, which can be evil of the world. Because some people are happy with their lifestyles that are inherently wrong because it's comfortable. Sin is comfortable. And that's why people stay there. His name is not Allah. Unless you mean, Allah is technically God. It's just in a different language. But Elohim, Adonai, Yahweh. You ask something, if you don't, you can ask what you like, of course. You wanted to ask me, overflow? What the hell does that even mean? Who are you talking to? Am I a Freemason? I can neither confirm nor deny that information. Do you have any spiritual tattoos that define who you serve? No, I have no tattoos. The only mark I will ever receive is the one that is put on my forehead by my God, denoting that I belong to Him. I will put no marks on my body otherwise. Why is that, V? Were you aiming for somebody else? It's nice to meet you too, Korean. I can't say whatever name that is, so I shall call you Korean. If you don't mind. It's not disrespectful or anything. That's messing with my eyeballs, Mason. What the heck kind of font is that? Majesty, if you're referring to me, I appreciate that. Thank you. If you're referring to yourself, that's a good thing. You're not sorry. Turn that font off. Like my bifocals hit it, and I went, holy crap, my bifocals aren't working. Wait a minute. They are working on every other chat. Mason! Keep using it though. New York. Be careful over there, friends. No, yeah, I understand that one, John. I have read that too. But I choose not to mark my body. If there is going to be a mark on me, it will be put there by God. Hey bro, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Again, to everyone watching, if I'm looking down at this thing, it's because that's where I see the chat. My apologies if I'm not looking at the camera all the time. Armin, what is that you're saying? Gore Center? Some people jump in with some of the strangest things, and I have to try and say it phonetically in my head to make sure that it's not a play on words to get me to say something on a live that I shouldn't, or that would trigger some kind of YouTube trigger warning button. So does anybody else have any questions regarding anything else? I'm still here talking about anything. I do have to get off pretty soon because again, I have to mow another 5 miles worth of grass with a push mower because my riding lawnmower is not working. But that's okay, you know. God doesn't have an age. He always was. There is no time that God is bound by. He created time. He is not bound by time. It's the reason why he said, I am. Because he was before, he is now, and he is forever, according to our perception. You can't understand eternity because you can only perceive what begins and ends in this world. It's how we're designed. You will understand eternity eventually. You just won't understand it right now. You can get kind of an idea if you read the Bible and try to kind of be open-minded about how he explains how he is forever and always was. You know, I mean, I don't know how much more he could explain it to you. Alpha and Omega, beginning and the end, first and the last. And then he said, my name is I am. So there is no definition of time in that statement. Because even in every moment that we exist could be an eternity to someone else perceiving it as such. So forget time when it comes to God. Time is for you. And yet time is given to you to either choose him or deny him. Afterwards, that's it. Game over. Well, if you're, I mean, Christ is the definition of Christian. The Christian belief, the followers of Christ. That's actually a bit better, yes. It's actually great. I can actually read it. But yes, if you're, when somebody says that I'm not a Christian, I'm a follower of Christ, they're contradicting themselves. And because if that's what the Christian faith is based on, It's following Christ. Don't worry, my wife will correct me if I miss any nuances in this, I can guarantee. Why am I being careful? Bad boy. It's 3 and 1. It's a trinity. That is another explanation of time. You see, for us, it's like, okay, how do I explain this? It's hard to explain when you go from an understanding of eternity to time. God came to earth in human form. That was Jesus. The Holy Spirit is the wisdom of God, which is also an independent spirit, who is named Ruach HaKodesh. They are all one, and they are three simultaneously. The same way, outside of time, God can go into any point in time in anyone's life. And if he decided that he wanted to go into every single person's life at noon on the same day and be with them, he can. As a matter of fact, he does, because he's outside of time. So when he goes back into time at any specific point, he can be with you at the same minute he's with me and still have an independent conversation with the both of us. He's your God, he's my God. We all share it. He is with us always, all the time. And he can do that. That's called omnipresence. And the reason for that is because he doesn't exist within time. We do right now. The soul attached to us that is in this meat neck is also what is eternal. So the reason why you need to have an understanding of that is because choosing the wrong path will lead that soul to an eternity of damnation. And if you don't believe and accept Christ, that's what happens. When you accept Christ, you can be led to an eternity of salvation. This is how it works. That is the easiest way to explain it. So when you take the concept of Jesus coming here, where everyone goes, oh, Jesus was a prophet. He wasn't a prophet. He was God, whom he sent into time to be the final salvation for mankind. Why? Because, one, it fooled the devil into thinking that if they destroyed Christ, they would destroy God. And they didn't realize that Jesus, well, they knew, but they knew Jesus was God, but they didn't realize the plan until it was too late. And now, when you accept Christ and live that life, you have a way back to the Father. And a lot of people walk around saying, I don't believe in God. And I say, well, but they're playing around on Ouija boards. I'm like, well, the demons that you're trying to conjure right now, they believe in God. So it surprises me that you don't. No, yeah, those people believe in crystals. So, and it's sad because you want to help them, but there's a lot of people out there that are just hateful. They're so full of hate, even when you bring up Christianity, that they don't want to even hear it. They become violent. They become angry. And that's demonic influence. That's all it is. But you could still free those people. Show them the way, and if they still want to make the wrong choice, let them. Because you can only teach people so many times before it gets to the point. I mean, look, God still loves the Israelites, even though they disobeyed so many times in the Bible. He still had mercy on them. But the Israelites being God's chosen people, the first people, is another question people have. But he also states that the Gentiles, which were the second, and the Israelites, who are the first in God's eyes, he says, the last shall be first, and the first shall be last. And that's because of the constant disobedience from the Israelites. I'm sorry, if you are a slave, an Israelite being led out of Egypt by a burning pillar of fire at night and a pillar of smoke in the day, that would be enough for me. But they still built calves and worshipped idols and complained. And then God gave them food in the desert. God gave them water from the rocks. God parted the Red Sea. You would think that all of these things would be enough to go, you know what, I'm going to obey. But they still, to this day, do not. Because they still deny Christ. They still deny Christ. And that, they don't believe that he's returned yet. The first time after the crucifixion. They still don't believe it. That was God. I mean, it's like, that blows my mind. But it proves what is shown in the Bible. That the first, which was God's chosen people, the Israelites, will be last now. And the last, which are the Gentiles, which are us, will be first. The Bible explains itself. Mason, I have no idea. Well, that's this thing. The Israelites are a stubborn group of people. And that's why they were constantly bailed out by God, and they kept disobeying, no matter what. I'm sorry if I had experienced even a tenth of what they did in their in their Exodus. That I don't see how I could ever not believe. But you take what you know now, and it's all about faith. No one sees God working. They're not looking. They're not trying. What you see mostly in the world is the wickedness of the world. And you never see the salvation of the world because you're too busy just focusing on the flesh, focusing on what's going to happen tomorrow. It says in the Bible, everything under the sun has been done. This is all finished. No matter what you believe. You know how many people said, oh yeah, Trump fits the bill of the Antichrist. You know how many reels I see about that? And I had a long conversation with one individual. And of course, she ended up being cocky about it the whole time. And it ended up being political in nature rather than religious. And that much was obvious. Everything in the Bible is finished. Sorry. Everything is done. So even if you thought Trump was the Antichrist and you replaced him with somebody else, it wouldn't make a difference. Everything in the Bible is finished. We are in the midst of it, the end. And people don't seem to see that. And that could be 1,000 years. We don't know. But we see things playing out that were mentioned in the Bible. And in Israel and things like that. And people don't see it. They don't see it. they just see it as events happening. They're not associating it with the book that basically tells us from the beginning to the end what's going to happen. So, you know, Mason, are you having an earthquake? Christian mysticism? You'll have to define that one a little bit further. Happy Easter weekend to you as well. God bless. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, yeah, because I'm in California. People, when we had a 6.0 like a week ago, and people were like, "Wow, that's a massive earthquake on the East Coast," because you guys bump the coffee table and freak out. But a 6.0, like I said before, it just that might stir my coffee a little bit, but we don't tend to worry until it's 8.5, somewhere 7.5, depending on the location. But other than that, earthquakes are just normal here. You get used to them. I wait for go out into a flat field during earthquakes. If I happen to be out in one, I wait for the waves to come by and do some dirt surfing. this one fly. Won't make me break out the 9. Stupid fly. TW, why would... Sometimes things are said just for the purposes of being answered. They don't necessarily need to make any sense, I guess. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, contemplative prayer. Well, I mean, that's like any prayer. I don't know about the whole inner stillness thing. I seek God in my daily life, but it's more in the aspect of wisdom and what to do next, because I know He's with me always. Actually don't watch sports that often. Too busy building stuff. Football's fun to watch occasionally for me, I guess. But it's not something that's a hobby or anything. Cloud of unknowing. Sounds interesting. We'll check into it. What is my take on the Eucharist? Well, God commanded us, to partake, of the body and the blood, and to do it in remembrance of Him. I don't necessarily think it's bound to Catholicism. I think it's basically Christ said it. So I believe that if you practice communion, that you can do it with bread yourself. You can do it with wine yourself. You just have to pray and let that host be consecrated. And once it is consecrated, then you partake of communion, and you're doing this in remembrance of God. It wasn't so that you gain anything extra in your life. It's not like you have to do it, but he did say, do this in remembrance of me. So that's what we do out of respect for God and respect for Christ and his sacrifice. I don't mind watching football. It's just not something that I seek. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss your introduction, Bashar. Welcome to the chat. I believe you were here earlier. I just couldn't figure out your name because do I agree that guns should be you mean banned or disbanded from America? Because I don't. What do you mean disband? Yes, John, actually, that's a pretty good point. There's no reason to ban guns. I mean, look at the UK. They banned them, and crime still happens. It's just a bunch of stabbings instead, and that's just the way of it. It's not the weapon that commits the crime. It's the person holding it. It's all about intent, and the gun doesn't have intent. It has a function. It's the person and their intent using that function and how they use it that defines whether or not a crime has been committed. And it's not the fault of the tool. You know, if somebody builds you a house and messes up the staircase, do you blame the stairs or do you blame the carpenter? You don't blame the hammer. You blame the carpenter. You blame the contractor. But you're not going to blame the wood. And you're certainly not going to blame the tree it came from. That's kind of my point. You know, it's like the whole gun debate is just ridiculous. Because all weapons in any form should always be cared for and safely put away as they should be, because they are weapons. That is to prevent accidents or access to people who would commit crimes. That I agree with. But the weapon itself is not the thing that should be blamed for what happens. It's the person that committed the act. It's like you see all these shootings that happen all over the place. And everyone's like, do you think we need more gun control? No, I think we need more criminal control. You know, because if the person didn't have a gun, they'd use whatever they could get their hands on. And that much is obvious from history. So blaming, I mean, you know what? I just, that's a subject for me that's irritating, because you can't, it's on the other side of that, you cannot make a point that anyone will agree with. Because what it all comes down to is who's in office. It has nothing to do with guns whatsoever. They just don't like who's in office. They don't like Republicans. They don't like the way we vote or the way we think or the freedom that we have and things like that. They want to be slaves to whatever they want to be slaves to. They're, you know, Democrat handlers or whatever, and they want to live for the desires of the flesh. It's just that simple. And they want to blame a tool for the use of the user. It doesn't make any sense. Oh. Leg pain. Sorry, guys. Oh. Well, if you have guns and no bullets, what's the point? Like, I'd be a reloader. I have a reloader. Which is much more dangerous because the person is the one using the gun. So, like, if they don't, the gun can be dangerous. If they don't what? If they don't have the gun can't be dangerous. Well, that's kind of that makes no sense. You're saying if somebody doesn't have the gun can't be dangerous. It's not the gun that's dangerous. I mean, inherently it is, because what it's designed for. But it's the intent on the individual using it is what makes it dangerous. A gun lying in the safe isn't going to harm anyone. But the gun in the hands of a criminal who's intent on doing crime or harming another, that's where the danger lies. Again, you're trying to put a person out. The gun isn't alive. You know that, right? The gun's not alive. It's just there. Like the axe or the sword or the hammer or the many other things that were used to commit violent crimes that you haven't banned. Right? Just guns. And why is it that it would be guns? Because they're powerful, right? The government can subdue a people with a bunch of hammers, but you can't subdue a whole bunch of Americans with a whole bunch of freedom seed planters. Bottom line. It wouldn't matter if you banned ammo. We'd figure out how to make it. Those are rights you'll never take away from us. No one ever will. They'll try, but they never will. You're right. You haven't seen the gun in a cell. The person who used the gun in the cell, yes. Where's the gun? Probably just sitting in an evidence room, unattended, seeking out its next target. Good Lord. It's a good point, Error. Never seen a gun in a cell. Oh, I need to stretch. I get a more comfortable chair if I'm going to be doing lives like this. Ooh. Well, yeah, there is. Lasers are not. Guns are always going to be around. You might think, well, the laser is more effective. I go, not if you put a bullet in the lens. Hi, Alfie. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to an amalgamation of opinions Enjoy. They gotta find you first. They'll just zap you away. That's funny. GW, that's the strangest question I think I've ever heard. Yeah, I know. He won't leave me alone. I live in around almond orchards, so it gets that this way sometimes. And sometimes I have to open the shop door in order to get some cool air in here. And this is what I'm greeted with. And he wasn't in it because it's closed. But thank you for pointing it out. What is the time in my country? Right now, it is currently 4:34 p.m. on Saturday. How many natures are in Christ? That's kind of an interesting question. Oh God, Bankhead's back again. Here we go. Why do I attract the same trolls? That seems they come back every single time. Trolls move on when they realize they're not going to get to me. You guys stick around. You just don't go. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's funny. I think that you saying that I like that substance is ridiculous. Haven't you thought up anything new since the last live? I usually don't ban him because it's like I feel like he's rocking in his chair typing this. You know? Hey noob, what's going on? Hey, I'm the noob. I'm always doing the noobing, especially on Warzone. I'll tell you that. You're Catholic? Error? Looking at you, it is a nice looking plane. But it's only one of the projects. If you're interested in any other projects, please go to the page, check out the playlists, and share them with people that you think might like the content. Because to be honest with you, these chats are more for us to kind of get to know each other, for me to get to know the people who may join me and like the content that I do. And we might all have differences of opinion, but we are all human beings. We all should be treated with respect. And we all deserve salvation. So your opinions are welcome here. You might be debated, but I mean, that's the whole point, really, right? A place where you can debate, as long as we keep it civil. Some people like to come in here like Bankhead and say stupid stuff. But, you know, he's a human being. He'll come around. Yeah. Oh, can you? You can see your text on the phone? Yeah, I'm reading it on the tablet because first off, I'm doing a vertical live. I'm using the forward-facing cameras on the phone. So I can't read the front of the screen to see them as they pop up. So I have to watch them in chat. So on a different tablet. Now, I haven't quite figured out how to solve this issue other than buying a better camera. I did end up getting a GoPro, but that's more for filming like stuff like the 340 millimeter turbine and other experiments as I film them. And of course, filming outdoors when I'm flying. Because this is going to be a big drone. A big drone. And it's going to be, since it's all going to be clear PETG, the entire thing. I've printed the blades, the hub, everything. Everything is printed except for the bearings and hardware. The entire drone is going to be semi-transparent and full of NeoPixels. And I'm going to be doing all kinds of lighting on this thing. And I haven't debated whether I'm making it look organic, you know, like flowing predator tentacles out the back and stuff like that, and sort of motorize them, you know, and light it all up so that it looks like a. So we get some. So I am the proud owner of a UFO sighting. That's the whole point. There are other reasons for this large project that we will get to eventually. The shop is being built. So most of the major construction on the larger project will be happening. But a friend of mine that's getting the shop built, we're just getting to that point where the foundation can be laid. He's already got the steel and plenty of equipment to do work with. So we're going to be building something much bigger. At least I am. I don't know if he'll want to help me or not. He thinks I'm a bit crazy with this stuff too. So yeah, it's going to be a fun project. But this particular drone will be something that I want to make something you guys can print on a normal printer. This project is more of it's a big project. It's printing the blade and the hubs had to be separate. So I designed the blade to be slotted. It looks like this basically, but much bigger. And each one of the blades slot into the hub. And I don't have the cone on this one, on the main one, because I have a support bearing in the front and an RPM sensor. So this is a 170 millimeter, and the other one's 340. So that's. Hi, how you doing, Dawson? Glad to see you're back. Jackson, I'm doing fine. How are you? Do you want me to build a bear trap? I don't think a 3D printed bear trap would be any good. Yes, we know, Bank. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. You'll have to deal with Blank, unfortunately. Bankhead here, because it seems to be the only sentence he has in the yeah, I don't know. It's got, maybe those are the only keys he has on the keyboard. Who knows? But when he says it over and over again, just picture him back and forth. I need attention. I need attention. Okay, I gave you your attention. Thank you very much, Bankhead. Appreciate it. I can block them, but I like to give people their, place to spout off whatever, If they get, too inappropriate, I'll handle it. But he's telling me I like this particular substance, which doesn't offend me because I don't, and I don't use it. So, and whoever's typing that in that language, Could you translate it? Somebody translate it, because I don't have a way to translate it here. So that would be cool if somebody could translate that. Because I do want to know what was said. I'm not at my computer, so I can't like run through a translator. Oh, shut up, bankhead. Come on. Jive, are you serious? I think it says a little bit more than that. Well, if he's greeting me in Arabic, then of course I greet him as well. I can't confirm that's what's being said, but if it is a greeting, greetings to you as well. And if anyone disrespects you in the chat, please disregard them. Well, we are talking about whatever we want to talk about. Dustin, welcome to it. And I do drones, I do design, I do aircraft, basically aerospace and experimental propulsion. Most of what my channel is. So feel free to check out the playlists if you're interested. Please subscribe if you haven't. And share it with your friends if it's the kind of thing you're into. And on these chats that we have randomly, we just talk about whatever. We just kind of talk about politics or religion, or people talk in the chat, and we just hang out. Or we talk about the projects if anyone has specific questions about them. Is what a 3D printer behind me? No, that is an MP CNC 3-axis mill that I did in fact 3D print. So it is a 3D printed machine, but it's not a 3D printer. There's an Ender 3 over here, which I barely use anymore because I have the Bambu Lab X1 Carbon, which I did the 340 millimeter EDF with. And you can go into my videos to see that. And of course I have, the Javelin, which will come back pretty soon as I get the turbojets done, which are all 3D printed. Those are also going to be used on the Cutlass Black, which I'm using. Yes, if anyone knows Star Citizen, I am building a Cutlass Black that flies. Big model too, about 5 feet long. I'm going to make it as realistic as possible. We're talking the retractable landing gear, the opening side doors, the bay door at the rear. I mean, it's going to be, the turret that moves. It's going to be a big project, which is why I'm printing the entire thing at its scale so that I can do the carbon fiber molded parts for it, which I've not done before, but it'll be fun. Hi. How are you doing, Bay? Welcome to the chat. What is my favorite food? Kielbasa. Connect 2 4-foot levels end to end. Like an 8-foot level. Oh, you're just talking like a shim, or like a joint to put 2 levels together. Do you know how to design anything in CAD? Do you have a 3D printer? Or are you asking if I could make something? Okay, well, I'm happy he said that. That's his opinion about Muhammad, but I don't particularly agree. But again, it's his opinion, so he has his right to it. Bankhead, you choose something else. That's all he ever says. Well, I appreciate the prayer, but God has covered me and always will. And Bankhead is rocking back and forth again. Bankhead, someone asked you a question. Do you sit down when you pee? So you don't possess a 3D printer, is what you're asking? You're saying, Dustin? This is not a Muslim beard. It's a beard. I'm Scottish and Irish. Why do people keep getting that confused? I don't understand. I am Scottish! If you don't believe me, I'll show you me grapes. If you keep it up. Oh, freaking Bank. Come on. At least he came up with something new, right? To spam with. Bank. You're too funny, man. I think you know what? You say some of the dumbest shit that I've ever heard in my life, but I think I'd miss you if you weren't here. And GW, that doesn't even surprise me that you'd say that. Doesn't even surprise me that you'd have one. No, I don't go to the mosque. I'm a Christian. You see a beard, you think Muslim. It was like, whatever happened to the American beard? You know, do I gotta put on a cowboy hat so you guys don't confuse yourselves? Oh, there's Bankhead. At least he typed something different this time. You gonna spam that one too? Told you. Knew it was coming. Need to get a better chair. You guys go to the Buy Me a Coffee link so I can have a decent chair in here. Oh my gosh. Shoulder pops. There you go. I'm gonna stretch a little, you know. Trying to entertain you guys. Sitting in one place for too long. Whew. Dustin, come on now. Whether you have or haven't isn't relevant. He's just trying to get a response. And of course, GW would say that. Come on, you guys. Let's get on some more interesting topics. I mean, I realize I'm the one hosting this here, but you got to have some questions about the content unless you just want to talk about something different altogether. But I'll probably be ending this here pretty soon. So, mainly because I have to get to work across the street. I got to finish mowing all that grass down on the property. The question isn't why do people have less kids these days, it's why do they keep killing them before they're born? That's the question you should be asking. And then you won't have to ask why are people are having less kids. Kanye West. Who gives a shit about Kanye West? No, I don't. I think if it's a complex issue in the sense that most people on the left believe it's a complex issue, it's a pretty cut and dry situation. You're killing a life form, regardless of whether you view it that way or not. Because if you can go to jail for breaking an eagle's egg, I mean, hello. So no, I don't support them. I think it's again another example of people not being accountable for their desires. Because and I know the argument's going to come up that what if someone was forced to it or you know they were forced into a situation where they were made pregnant. They didn't want to be, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say the words. To be honest, it's not the fault of the child that's to be born. It is just like the gun, right? So I think that if you're going to willingly end a life for its inconvenience, that's what's evil. Okay? Now I know there's situations where pregnancies go wrong and a father has to make a choice, but that father doesn't make a choice or that mother doesn't make a choice because they want to lose the child. It's either a medical issue, things like that. That kind of thing, I understand. It's a hard decision to make, and it's one you live with. But someone doing it just because they went out and partied the week before and decided they wanted to, it's just a matter of inconvenience to be pregnant right now. Well, then don't go out there and get pregnant. It's that simple. Ahad, welcome. Human. Navy blue is your favorite color? Okay. I'm glad. I'm very glad. But if you're referring, are you referring to my shirt? Because I'm fairly colorblind. Ah, gotcha. Well, if you like the front, you'll love the back. Message clear enough? Oh, yeah. I like you, human. It sounds funny saying that. Kranix, I have no idea what the hell that means. Who used to be cute? Who are you talking to? Oh, it's Evan. Hi, Evan. How have you been? Cut what? Paper or something? Muscle man. Just spitting random stuff out. Parking space. Refrigerator. Next. That's what we're doing. We're blurting out random words. Statements. No, I'm not that muscular. I'm just... My wife thinks I am. I don't work out. I'm just who I am. Muscle memory from the military, I guess. Yeah, I got that. I was just, I'm fooling around. You know, no, don't take offense to it or anything. Should the school system be changed? That was random. People say that to me a lot. I don't work out at all. But, you know, apparently it's there. So I'm not 65 for one. Yeah, I know. They're all over the place because of the stupid orchard. Should have brought the fan in here so I could keep them off me. I don't care. You drink a fly, it's just a little extra protein. Oh, Star Fox, man. I miss Star Fox. I used to love that game. I used to love it. The who? The Liver King? What the hell is a Liver King? I don't even know who that is. We already helped Ukraine. Like billions and billions of dollars worth of help to Ukraine. What more do you want? Oh, you got an original? You bastard. I don't want one. I meant bastard in a funny way, not, you know. That should have been obvious, but I wanted to clarify. How to have... What? Okay, hold on. GW, that's kind of an odd question, but I think you answered it yourself. Welcome back, Mason. How you doing? Loy, how are you? Welcome. That is an old question. Harry Potter's father, hello. You've been a bad boy, Harry. I don't know why I'm not rich. Because I think if I was, I'd be in space already. I look like Jesus? I'll take that as a compliment. Yes, Sean. I answered that question. Why do you care if I'm rich or not? $60 years, huh? 60 plus years. All right, we're going to do this again. Some of you already know. If you know, don't say it. We're going to corner this one. How old am I? I'll give you a moment. Well, you heard the rocket explosion and you told us about it, so you're okay, Alexander. No, Mason, wrong. No, visual, wrong. GW, no, wrong. Come on. Y'all can do this. Sean's the only one that's not guessing. No, visual, wrong. No, Mason. Incorrect. Incorrect again. Incorrect. Incorrect. Sorry, DW, you got it wrong again. Wrong. Oh. Oh, you're being insulting. Another troll. Yes, I got another one. Will you be our friend, Sean? I love collecting trolls because they tend to stay and then they can become subscribers and then friends and then they go to troll on other people, which I don't care about really, but when you troll me, it's just I love it. You're all wrong so far. Every one of you. Every guess is wrong. No. And he knows how old I am. I'm from California. Evan got it! 49. Good guess, Evan. Yeah. I think David means I'm still mentally 23. Of course, he may throw out another number now that I've said that. 98. Wow. One day I will be, and I'll look exactly the same. Yes, I am 49 years of age. David. Yes, this is all the age you will ever see. Bankhead, we're not interested in what your chair looks like. Malibu? No. I lived in Long Beach for a while. Jack Black. That guy's an idiot. I'm sorry, Jack Black. He's a ticket holding friend of Dorothy. Now I see what you're saying about the gray. Well, and it's interesting because I used my image for most of the AI generating images that I have for the thumbnails. So anytime I do a thumbnail, I give one particular picture that has a different set of glasses on it of me, and I tell it to use my likeness to make the AI image for the thumbnail. And no matter what situation I'm in, she always gets the glasses, the Chat GPT. I always say that wrong. But it always gets the glasses. And no matter what image and no matter what genre that I'm putting it in, what stylization I go with, the glasses are always there. And it's hilarious. Levi, I apologize if I didn't respond. as the chat goes by, there is a delay. So if I don't catch what you say or you're saying hi and I don't respond, it's not out of disrespect or me ignoring you. It is very simple. I don't have a setup to where I can see the chat directly. I'm on the same delay you are in the way I have to watch the verticals, unless I'm doing the live directly from my computer. So bear with me. No, she's not Amish. She's my wife. So please be careful. Wouldn't want to say anything that makes me use some of my resources. Emery, we know you're trying to sleep. Go back to bed. No, you cannot have her snap. Stacy's my wife, yes. What do you mean Indian? Where the hell did you get that? My wife is Indian. Why did you think that? No, you can't, Andre. My apologies. That's all for me and no one else. I'm afraid you're going to have to stick to my OnlyFans. Hi, the Lab of Art. How are you doing? You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen a damn thing. That's my wife. I get all those goodies. You guys can just imagine. Levi, that's none of your damn business. But I'll tell you one thing, I've been married 16 years and I've never had any complaints about it, I'll tell you that. Why do you want to talk about her? Why is the world so full of fools? I don't usually get upset at people because typically when they talk like this, they're fairly uneducated or bored or just plain crass. But I can tell you that I still have friends, and I will task a fucking satellite to drop a kinetic rod straight through your fucking living room if you disrespect my wife. I will show up there and make sure that the rod has hit its target. Not even kidding. You disrespect my wife, I will freaking show you your heart. No, GW, we haven't. Although it seems that you have. You want me to put weed in the pipe? No. What do you... What process? Hold on. Chat is going by rather quickly. Levi, Levi, Levi. I'll leave some things to your imagination. Oh yeah, roast me, go for it. You all ready for this? I live for this shit. Go ahead. Yeah, you do it. The tobacco is usually Captain Black. Gold, usually. That's not a very good start, Andre. Come on, then. You guys can't come up with anything? Both gonna team up on me? And you can't... Nothing good? Really? I'd give you credit for something good, but... Nothing. Tavin, I have a few pipes, but not a collection of sorts. I'd love to, but I usually spend money on LiPo batteries and other parts for my projects. Oh, I'm roasting myself. You see that? They couldn't come up with anything. I'm just too damn sexy for them. No, I don't want your crack pipe, Andre. Keep it in your basket. Fucking fly. I'm gonna get a shotgun here in a minute. Take care. Oh, good Lord. I don't know why you guys bring up that drug. Am I American? Yes, I'm American. Very American. Like, you break into my house, you get to meet my 308 American. Or my 37 millimeter. Depends on my mood. Then people start crying. No, don't, stop. Just call the police. I'm not going to do anything else anymore. I'm sorry I broke in. I'm like, well, nobody knows you're here. I'm not going to ruin my fun just because you don't want to get hurt. You broke into my house. Time to pay the piper. Yeah, Red River kind of sucks, but I'm waiting for my delivery. Standoff Western style? Well, I mean, I don't want to hurt anybody, but if you insist. Good Lord, that's all you had, Andre? Nobody else said anything else. It was just Andre. Let's roast him. He said a couple of things, and nothing happened. I imagine that's what your girlfriend has to go through. You get all ready, and nothing happens. There's pills for that. You'll be all right. Oh, thank you. If this doesn't work, I'll take the 9mm. Come here, you little bastard. See, now they're gone. Oh. Almost got him. I don't even know who you guys are talking to anymore. Bonjour, Hassan. So she hands me fly swatter. Yep. I hear you back there, you little fucker. Isn't it obvious, Tavin? What does it even mean, Andre? I live in an orchard. Flies are always around during this season. The statement that Andre makes as he opens his pants and looks downward. Well, you're here, aren't you, Andre? In the chat. They even know when shit's in the chat. Got another one? I can go all day. Go ahead, I'll wait. You can tell the age of clay pipes by the shape of the bowl. That's an impressive skill, I think. I don't know clay pipes very well. What does it even mean? Imagine having a wife and doing lives instead. You act like... Let me put it to you another way. I'm a veteran, so I'm home all the time. So I can do whatever I want. Alive or my wife. Whenever I want. And that's the beauty of being the king of your castle. Watch as I demonstrate. Because she's watching. Woman, I need coffee, please. There's a delay. Hold on a minute. Yes, I have kids. My cup is in here, if you just needed to know. Chocolate creamer, please. Thank you. She needs help with what? See, none of y'all have that because you don't respect the women you're with. Or you're all going for the gold diggers or the big fake titties. Nope, the natural Norwegian women, I'll tell you, all that shit's real and it all stays where it's supposed to. Not some of these burlap sack blonde-haired women that you got sitting around over here. European women are better? Is that so? Why, do you have one? You have nothing to prove it to me. Yeah, you don't. You're into drones? You're at the right channel. Today we're having kind of an odd chat, but typically it'll be drones, EDF drones, all kinds of drones, different planes, experimental motors, chaotic rapid disassemblies of motors that didn't work properly. I mean, it gets interesting. Check out any of the playlists. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Lopes knows that he isn't funny. It's just... that's just who he is. They're called trolls. And I collect them, which is obvious. since there's so many. Are you asking because it's forbidden where you're from, Andre? I make quadcopters, I make jets, I make turbine engines, I make all kinds of stuff, Eddie. Like I said, any of the playlists you go through, you're bound to find something you like. So he's asking. That was funny, actually. Since I'm an engineer, is knowledge forbidden in America? So I guess the whole thing. I thought you guys were gonna gang up on me and try to roast me, but you have failed to deliver, and I am disappointed in you. I expected some good roasts, and I would have given you credit for them, but you have failed. You are no longer worthy. So, Andre, you know where the door is. Table have turned. Apparently, knowledge is lacking where you're from as well. It's actually not. The point is, you were supposed to roast me like you said with your other friend who apparently has disappeared. Or changed his mind altogether. But you have the roasting thing I'm still waiting for. I want to hear a good roast, but I can't. You're not doing anything. You're just How many languages do I speak? Does that even matter? Yes, GW. We know. So do I, which is obvious to anyone listening. It's 5:26. I gotta go friggin' finish that stupid property. I don't know why they want me to cut all the grass down. It keeps the trespassers out. Because I set traps. And they can't see them. Oh, the screams. In the middle of the night. Ah. J'entends cher petit déjeuner. Okay. So, where isn't she from? You know, regarding your previous statement about knowledge in America, do you just not know how to type, or what's going on here? Ah, yes, but can you type Korean? Of course you can. It was a joke. Welcome. Can say is what? Well, let me go back here. Where's my wife from? Should I tell you or should I let you guess? The shortest, most accurate answer is from heaven. Now, what do you speak, Andre? You can kind of type English. Question of whether or not you can speak it. Well, you're understanding me, hopefully. Where am I from? Willis. If you're talking to me, that is California, the armpit of. My day is going quite well. Betsy, if you're talking to me, I don't even know anymore. Well, David, don't hit him. Just get over here. We gotta do this stupid grass and weeds over here. Get it all finished up. Oh, hey, Bankhead, how you doing? Still rocking back and forth, typing the same thing over and over again? Are you talking to Bank or me? Bank needs to pray. I pray all the time. Whatever he's doing, he's entertaining himself. Like the freaking Rain Man over here. Isn't it the same question you asked a while ago, Dragon? I should smoke as much as I can. Okay, it's a random statement, but whatever. GW, I think gibberish is the answer you're looking for. Yes, it's called a Jesus rope. It is a memento mori. Greetings, Iceland. Welcome to the chat. And that's where I want to go. I don't have to worry about this California heat anymore. Well, you came to the right channel. Typically it's about drones and everything, but usually when we have these chats, it ends up leaning more towards religion and politics people bring up, so on and so forth. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you about my religion. We're running out of time today, but feel free to email me. The email's in the bio on my page, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it. Okay, David, I get it. Blame me for everything. That's true. That's where Christmas came from. Colt, get out of the garbage. Do you want to go outside, buddy? Come here. Come here. Colt. There, boy. Huskies.
You don't listen to anything. Come on, let's go. Outside. You want to go outside? Come on. Let's go. Stay out of the garbage. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go, 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 go. There you go. Oh. Yeah. That's a big husky. You got definitely some, there's a mix of some sort. The other one I have is Coyote. She gets pissed at everything. And there she goes. Someone's getting too close to the house. Hello to all that have entered the chat. Okay, just the neighbors. They do not have to harm anyone. I don't know what a bop is, so. Andrew, you just pissed off because you tried to get a roast going and you failed. That's okay. We still accept you as a person. I still want to hear some good roasts, though. Am I a serial killer? If I was, why would I tell you? Create a robot? From what items? Oh, wow. This isn't a basement, actually. I turned it into a shop. It was my garage. And I'm not near the coast, so I don't surf. I don't surf anyway, because not my thing. I fly. Life in captivity. Mini, Andre. Mini. Oh, it's satanic, is it? It's a Jesus robe with memento mores on it. It's Easter. Do your research. Dr. Therese. Undercover. Oh my gosh. How you doing? From London? No, I'm not in the occult. Do you ask people who wear a necklace with a cross on it if they're in a cult? Oh, you've done your research. So, what have you discovered in your research? Andre, that makes no sense. Whatever. I have no idea what you're trying to say there.
TTG. Do I like butter? Not by itself. No, I've heard stories about all kinds of stuff underneath the Vatican. I don't know how that at all correlates with my necklace. What are you even babbling on about, man? How believe in the Holy Father, they call wear the cross and believe in the Holy. What is that even? What are you trying to say? Oh, good Lord. Please enlighten us. Yeah, I know, right? You want to educate him, sweetheart? Let loose. She'll set you straight when it comes to that. Different ball game, huh? How so? Little bastard. You have a cat and you're alert. Colt, why do you have to bust the door open like that all the time? Why? Why can't you just push it open? Oh, you gotta come in here like you're the boss. All right, come on, let's go. Oh, but you can't open this door because you ain't got no thumbs, huh? All right. Jeez. I swear. That dog. Oh boy, here we go. Now it's the Lord of the Flies. Amy. Peace. I have 2 huskies. Yes. And a very annoying chihuahua. One husky is well, they're mixed with wolf inherently, but more sled dog, Alaskan sled dog and husky. He's big. Like, he is thick. And Vivian is more coyote than wolf. I mean, than husky. But she does have husky in her, except she barks and will go after anybody who comes near the house. And then if anyone tries to come into the house, I'm not even worried about my safety because she'll eat them because she's coyote. And she is vicious when she wants to be. Somebody watching a movie outside? Alright, I shut the back door. Hold on. That was weird. A little bit odd. I got one. There's another one right here. Got him. Oh yeah, they love the snow. It's just you know. All huskies love the snow. Forgot the chihuahua. Hold on. You're pregnant and you don't know the dad. So proud of what? Okay. More power to you. Come on, let's go. Get in the house, you little rat. Go on. Go. Ah. GW, that doesn't surprise me in the least. You guys have been great. I always get the trolls. It's like 90% of the time I get the trolls. And it's like, you guys stick around. I love it. You guys are awesome. 100% for all the trolls. You guys were great. Except for Andre. He still was trying to roast me and hasn't been able to yet. But we'll give him a chance next time, of course. The Gamer Kid. Heck yeah, you can get a shout out. Welcome to the chat, Gamer Kid. What's your game, man? What's your game? Oh, we all gotta go sub over there, man. Gotta give the guy some support, right? Sub. Go to Gamer Kid and sub. No, I've never sniffed a line. I don't even know. I don't do drugs. Well, I take cannabis, you know, and smoke weed. That's, you know, that's not the same thing now, is it? Gamer Kid does VR. Animal Company. I have to check that out, man. Hey, when I get done with the live, I'll sub for you. I like to support people who are trying to do something good, you know what I mean? Have fun. It does snow here, but at a little bit slightly higher elevations. And I'm wanting to get some land farther. Actually, I'm working on getting land at a slightly higher elevation where I get snow all the time when I can. You know, when the season's right, obviously. But I don't like the heat. So the Central Valley is just something I've been trying to get out of forever. But I also need room for the shop because I need a helipad next to the shop. Who are you asking about North Dakota? Oh yeah, of course. I'm going to be building a house there, and then the shop, and the helipad, and then building a garden for the wife, and just for her, you know, because she loves gardens, she loves growing things. So I'm just setting aside a whole section of the property just for her. I'm talking like the most beautiful flowers that I can find that can grow in that area, the plants she loves. I'm gonna put up I'm gonna put up the, oh gosh, the word is slipping my mind. What am I thinking of? Not just the poles in the top part, the lattice structuring. Good Lord. The lattice work and all that other stuff, and then put up the lighting for her because she likes to read. So she has a garden space to go out into and read. you know, at any time of the day and at night and stuff like that. She's got the lighting. And we're gonna be out far enough to where, you know, we're close enough to the city to where we can get, you know, supplies and stuff like that, but mainly live off of what we're doing because I do tilapia farming where I use the nitrates from the water to do my own garden. Basically, hydroponics or aquaponics. Wrong word. Sorry, aquaponics. And then I have to have room for my shop, of course, my building and the helipad. On the bright side, I've been cleared, you know, to 400 feet for testing, and we'll work beyond that after I get everything stable on what I'm working on. But a lot of this stuff that you see on the channel is pretty much the baby steps that I took to get to where my main design is going to, you know, be at. And like I said, we're building the shop and getting things situated so that I can build the one thing that you guys probably have never seen before. But you're going to love it. So my watch is like, stand up. Oh God. What are you guys talking about? You talking to me? Who's calling who homeless? California is the hometown of homeless people. Oh, no, that's San Francisco and LA. Not here. Interesting. I love it when the chat just keeps taking off on its own. You guys just run this thing, man. I love it. Evan, is that directed towards me or somebody else? Because I still don't know anymore. It's like everyone's having conversations amongst themselves, which I'm fine with. That's what this whole forum is for, so you guys can chill, talk, that kind of thing. Me? Do I have a savings retirement? No. No, I don't. I don't require it. Amy's always lying? Why is that? Do you know Amy? Oh, I could tell you, but I can't. The Stubby Fan DPC mug. No, I don't require a savings and I don't require a retirement. I know that's hard for some people to believe, but yeah, I don't require it. I'm not. I'm actually quite broke. I spend all my money that I can get through donations from people who decide to join my channel or go to my Patreon or things like that, which isn't very much because, you know, people just, I mean, if you don't have the money to do it, you don't have the money to do it. I'm not going to force anyone to. But I put everything I get back into this hobby, buying engines, buying filament, buying parts, things like that. I live off of veterans benefits. So I basically don't have to worry about money. I don't need a retirement. I just need enough to build what I'm going to build for me and my wife on our land. And that's it, you know. A place where my girls can, you know, raise animals and plant a garden and have fun and be closer to nature rather than the concrete jungles. You know, the way that it was intended. No, we don't. But at least I don't have to pay for my registration on my car. And I can park anywhere I want to. Except a red zone, obviously. Why would I go to Jamaica for vacation? Amy, who I didn't even, you're telling us the truth about your life? I didn't even hear the lie. The Froglets. Welcome. Good name. I like it. It's true. You know, where I'm at now, the rent keeps going up, and it'll eventually overcome what I get from the U.S. government for my service. I didn't join the military for benefits. They just gave to me afterwards. None of us joined the military for benefits. We did it for a purpose. I did it because, well, we were attacked. And I felt I needed to do my part. So I did. Should you flaunt yourself for money? I don't care, GW. Happy almost Easter. I like that. You're my biggest fan? My biggest fan's 340 millimeters and it's sitting up on the table, but I like it. Thank you for that. Happy Easter. God bless you. The Froglets. Love that name. Is this Krista? What does GW say now? GW, come on, man. Was it you or somebody else who was supposed to be roasting me with Andre, who apparently has quit because nobody helped him? Do I go to church? There's a couple of churches close by that I've been to. This is kind of a small town, sort of a rural area. So I haven't really found one that isn't lukewarm. So, you know, it's kind of hard. But God is always with me, so, you know, I'm happy with that. Greetings from Bulgaria. How are you? Alexis, welcome. I am fine. How are you doing today? correspondence courses. And when they got deployed, they lost their GI Bill money. Oh yeah, I didn't get my GI Bill. But I did go to Liberty University for industrial engineering. And now I'm going to finish out in a master's, but I'm going through aerospace engineering. I want aerospace. I understand most of it already, but you know, nobody looks at you unless you're on paper. I'm not really looking to work for anyone specifically. I'm developing something myself. And it will be an amazing thing. I just have to tell you, with the accidental things that I have discovered, it's going to be an epic first flight. I'll tell you that. Until then, we'll keep playing around with the turbines I'm building here. So that stuff that you guys can do. So you have STL files and components lists, and you can do some big airplanes if you're into that, or print small drones. I'll make some small drones. If you guys have any requests for small fun drones, I'll design something new and, you know, put it out there for you. Some people who build drones, they already know what they're doing. They don't need my help. But I try to help out when I can. Hi, Krista. Yeah. I remember you from last time, Krista. You're not new here. You're part of the family. Yeah, GW is one of those, man. I'm telling you. It's that or some other. Most of the trolls, I think, bolted. They kind of gave up. Yeah. The trolls will jump in. They follow me. They actually subscribe to me, I guess, because the same ones come in. It's so funny. I turn trolls into subscribers. GW, you're like my favorite troll. You really are. Your dog chased your cat outside. They are hilarious. They are quite hilarious. Trolls are very hilarious. I mean, they're funny because they kind of keep the conversation going, and then they spout out something that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, in hopes for recognition and or response to, I'm guessing, validate their existence. I don't know, but it helps the algorithm, so I don't care. You know, if there are people in this chat room that are younger than allowed, respectfully, please go. Because if you're lying to Google or anything else about your age in order to get an email so that you can have a YouTube where you can go on to stuff that isn't made for kids, you may hear things that you might not want to. And you shouldn't be exposed to some of the things out there. When you're young, you should be protected from those kind of things. So be honest with your age and stay in your group. You know? Be safe. There's some sick people out there. Riley. Kind of an odd way to jump into the room, but congratulations, you're employed. Welcome to the chat. Hello, Switzerland. Welcome. Nice to have you here. You're older than what, Amy? Hell yeah, I got backup coffee. What kind of freaking question statement is it? You don't have backup coffee? With my physiology, I can drink coffee all day long, sleep like a baby. But this chair is gonna kill me, I'll tell you that. Oh, good lord. Yeah, I bet you got 2 implants, GW. What are their names? And did you buy them dinner first? How you doing, Jack? Welcome. Yeah, it's time for a bit more tobacco. It's almost time for me to stop what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be outside finishing up the property across the street. Because city wants the grass down. I don't drink beer. I don't drink alcohol. Never had a taste for beer. And alcohol is kind of vile in the sense. I mean, I know that if they try to like add stuff to it, like making sweeter drinks or whatever, but alcohol in itself is poison and tastes awful. I'm not sure why people do it. I think they just do it because they can. I'm an adult now. I'm going to go ruin my liver. Yes, I do kind of smoke. More for the aroma, realistically. I smoked for 20 years, 30 years. Pack and a half a day. I stopped that a couple of years back. Honey, if you're still watching, how many years ago did I stop smoking? Marlboros? She's probably taking care of the kids. Hi, how are you? I didn't mean to miss you if I did. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce your name. Do I like clowns? You know, I didn't like clowns until I watched the movie It. Now I like clowns. That kind of turned it around for me. Well, yeah, I got more expensive. I remember when you could get a pack of cigarettes for like $1.25. Then it got all the way up to, what is it now, 10, 11 bucks? I don't know, because I haven't bought cigarettes in years. You ain't gonna this one? Okay. I don't want to go to. Why would I go to New York? Why would I even want to do that to myself? Why would you say that? That's horrible. Oh, stuff's getting removed. Well, granted, yeah, it's getting harder and more expensive. But it doesn't have to be hard. Just learn how to adapt. I've always been a person who adapts. And you know, You just have to adapt. What's my opinion on inflation? There's always going to be inflation. More people, more demand, more money has to be printed. There's always going to be inflation. Always. No matter how good the economy is, there's always going to be inflation. Because the population will always expand. And if you figure out how to put those two together and understand why, then you'll understand why there's always going to be inflation. To who? You're going to send a complaint to YouTube about me for who? What are you talking about? It looks like the real weirdos are coming out now. Good Lord. Just looking at the chat, I'm like, you guys are, wow. Yeah, I'm sure everything's against me completely, totally. What set am I from? United States Army. I have no idea, honey. I have no idea what's going on. I can't give you a shout out because I can't even read your name. What kind of font is that? No disrespect intended, but I can't make it out. You know what I mean? These screens are small. Wow. I got another troll? Yes! Trolls are so much fun because it's more like they're trying to entertain themselves. You guys okay? DW, yeah. You know what? Silent, I agree with you on that one. Why would I want to delete your account? Are you talking to me or somebody else, Amy? GW, I've known you long enough in the chats to know that I don't care if that was your grandmother's initials. Who, me? One-on-one fight? Man, you sound like you got pride that don't need to be hurt any more than it already is, but you feel froggy. And leap, homie. Why'd you want to delete your account? I don't understand what's going on in the chat room. Honey, have you been watching?
I've been watching.
Clarify.
She's talking to her lover, GW. Don't even worry about it. Secondly, David's almost here. 10 minutes.
She's talking to her lover, GW?
Yes. So don't even Just let them have their little.
Oh,
lovers
you guys
quarrel.
have your fun, man. You do it. I'm gonna have to call
Yeah.
it though here pretty quick because I gotta get to work. I got other work I gotta do. Ships to build, property to maintain, so that I can keep building. Oh, time to walk another 5 miles and mow grass. So, yeah, you guys are like in it and on it, man. You're just like having at each other. You won't have my wife. If you got anywhere near my wife, I would disassemble you. Yeah, you came anywhere near my wife with any kind of intentions, man. You'd just be like, that. Light switch, baby. Shut off. Riley, that's none of your damn business, and I'll thank you to stay out of my personal affairs. I am inevitable. like that, and the trolls disappear. No, I like the trolls. They're funny as hell. No, Dave. That's funny. You guys come up with the funniest shit. You really do. Oh, I hate to disappoint you, man. Can't be your next date. I have a wonderful wife. Uh, David. All right. Riley, it was a good try. It doesn't work on me, though. I mean, I collect trolls. But you keep trying. Diddy? Hey, you keep trying too, man. I mean, eventually you'll get somebody who bites, and maybe you'll get some recognition in life. So, yeah, just keep on trying, man. Keep try a little bit harder. None of this shit bothers me at all. Matter of fact, I like it because you guys come in here and have conversations, sometimes all on your own, and I find it thoroughly enjoyable because you say somewhat chewed up English, however, but sometimes it's entertaining. But for all my people, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you doing that. For all the fools, I'll see you next time. And I guarantee you'll be thinking about me afterwards. That's for damn sure. And for those who like to make those threats online or try to be big, it's because they're behind a screen or whatever. You ain't got nothing that can touch me. So, have fun in the chat. That's what it's about. Oh. GW, I think somebody asked you a question about transitioning. I'm just trying to read some of these chats. It's too funny. GW, did you get bottom surgery already? I think Diddy's asking you a question. You guys are having this conversation all yourself. All right, look, I got like some shit to do, but if you guys like the content of the channel, you like the chats, you like hanging out and doing stuff.
I wasn't finished.
Phone, I love it. I programmed it to say that. Now I can't get it to stop. If you like what I do, if you like what I'm into, the turbo fans, the other stuff. I mean, if you like it, you like it, right? If you like all of my turbines, then please subscribe so you can see more of the action, because we're going to be spinning these up next. I'll be spinning up to 340 mil again with better packs. And then we're going to get that one flying. We're going to get the Cuddy Black flying. We're going to get all kinds of stuff going, especially the Cuddy Black. That's going to be some fun. Got to get that one repaired. Found that one. Wings over there. Got to get repaired. Oh, man, I wish I could take this out and do some metal detecting at the beach or something. Find a couple of rings. That'd be fun. But for everyone who has enjoyed this chat, I appreciate everybody that was here. I appreciate 308 out of the picture. I appreciate everybody who stopped by. And if you like the content, if you like the fact that we get on here and we just kind of mess around and like chat, insult each other, have a good time, subscribe, share with your friends, because I do these chats often. And then you don't want to miss the content on these motors. You don't. This is some fun stuff. And when that thing is done, it's going to be 4 of those engines and the biggest drone you have ever seen out of a 22 blade high pass EDF. So don't miss it. Appreciate all of you. Thanks for watching. And from everyone here at DPC, thank you very much. We love you all. Have a good night.